Chapter 123. There should be an underground passage, you guys, look for it. Old Master Batman spoke in the earpiece. His voice was intermittent, making people suspect that he was doing some kind of pleasurable exercise. Of course, Old Master still had his integrity. He was panting because Bane was not easy to deal with. Half of the police officers were sent to look for the exit, and the rest made some simple stretchers to take care of those who had difficulty moving. Thea and Catwoman sat on the side and rested, watching the old director run around. They found the exit quickly, but it was not a broad road, but an abandoned sewer. The sewer was very wide. It seemed that Gotham used to be a city with a lot of rain. The sewer was tall and sturdy, but the dirty ground did not look like there were any signs of human activity recently. Looking at the dark and abandoned sewer, they were a little troubled. It was too dark. What if there was an ambush? It's high enough here, I'll ride the skateboard and scout. Thea, as the one with the highest combat power, could only take on this difficult task that no one knew about. Catwoman was a little embarrassed, but she was not as agile as Thea. She reminded her to be careful, and the two girls hugged gently. I'll go in first, wait for my signal. Thea took some kindling and a torch, called out to them, and entered the sewer alone. After a while, when they could no longer see her, she activated her blood mark. Clone technique. A lifelike shadow floated out of her body, and in less than a second, the shadow was completely materialized. It was dressed exactly like her, and looked at Thea vividly. It was a strange feeling. The same body, the same thoughts, but different perspectives. It was like looking into a mirror. The clone's equipment could also be changed, but the effect was really speechless. It was just an empty shell. Thea tried the sword that the clone carried, but it was not as sharp as a nail clipper. She cancelled all of them and passed the torch over. Thea's original body was still on the skateboard. She pointed into the distance and ordered, "Go scout." The doppelganger curled his lips in a very human-like manner, took the torch and moved forward. That's a lot safer. Thea followed behind him slowly. She would never put herself in danger. If it wasn't for this secret technique, she would never do such a dangerous job. After walking for less than 10 minutes, Thea also sent a signal to the people behind her. Although the smell was bad, there was no danger. Selina, you stay at the back. I'll take the lead. The old director thought highly of the meticulous Catwoman. Although he was almost 60 years old, he still had the spirit of taking the lead. He ordered a few police officers to take the lead, and he himself followed closely into the abandoned waterway. Although Thea lit some fire sources to provide illumination along the way, there were too many people in the team. They were busy for 20 minutes before the whole team entered the waterway. Catwoman saw that there was no one around and quickly followed them. Most of the Gotham citizens who were captured were young and fit. Even though they had been imprisoned for a long time, they were still physically strong. Now, to escape for their lives, those who could still move were running at top speed. It was very quiet in the earpiece. The heroes were all silently dealing with the enemy. Catwoman was still a little dissatisfied with their speed. Just as she was about to ask how long it was before they reached the surface, Aya. Thea's voice came from the earpiece. The few of them were a little surprised and quickly asked what happened. Oh my God. I'll lure it away. Hurry up. Boom. Boom. Thea was halfway through her sentence when she was drowned out by all kinds of violent sounds. What happened? Catwoman, who was the most idle at the moment, quickly asked. However, no one answered her. What are you guys planning? Batman shouted angrily at Bane. Bane only laughed coldly and did not move at all. He took advantage of Batman's weakness and punched him a few more times. Batman had no choice but to focus on the enemy in front of him. The few of them were still trying to figure out what was going on when they heard a muffled sound not far away. Both the surface and underground were greatly shaken. Hiss. This time, it was Felicity's voice that came from the remote monitoring. Thea blew up the surface. It seems like she blew up the city's gas pipeline. Something is chasing after her. What could be chasing after her? This thought appeared in the minds of the few of them. It was no wonder that they were surprised. There were not many enemies in Gotham that could beat up the fully armed Thea. Oh my God! Felicity exclaimed. A 3-meter-tall humanoid monster is chasing after her. Even though she explained, it was no different from not explaining at all. The few of them still could not figure out what was going on. Phew. This guy is too strong. I'll lure it out of the city. You guys hurry up and come out. Thea finally caught her breath and briefly introduced the situation to the few of them. She was really caught off guard just now. She was in a daze 10 meters behind her doppelganger. Suddenly, she felt her doppelganger disappear. Then, she saw a 3-meter-tall humanoid monster with a green body appear in her line of sight. European and American sewers were generally built very high. Therefore, whether it was the 3-meter-tall enemy or the floating Thea, it was not too difficult. However, Thea wished that the sewers were built shorter and narrower. The enemy's muscles were as hard as iron. Its skin was gray, and its white hair was draped over its shoulders. Its scarlet eyes were staring at Thea. Solomon Grundy? Are you kidding me? Facing this giant zombie that had been dead for more than 100 years, Thea was completely dumbfounded. This guy shouldn't have come out now, right? It was said that it was as strong as Superman. Would he be able to defeat him? Of course not. Thea understood. This should be the secret weapon that Talia mentioned. The Court of Owls must have used some method to activate the giant zombie in advance and ambush them in the sewers. Are they trying to catch all of us in one fell swoop? Fortunately, she sent her doppelganger to scout ahead. Looking at its big fists, even if she was protected by a Kevlar combat suit, she would be done for. Thea did not want to fight this guy underground. She communicated with the magic of the black mist dagger. A black mist that could even absorb light enveloped the giant zombie. Since she did not know the effect of the black mist, Thea created another doppelganger and passed by it. The result was satisfactory. The giant zombie kept smashing around in the black mist and did not notice the doppelganger that slipped past it. Thea did not say anything and flew over the giant zombie's head. When she flew 30 meters away, she was also afraid that this guy would cause trouble for the large group behind her. Although she knew that it was invulnerable, she still wanted to use her speed advantage to pull it away so that the citizens would not be scared and pee their pants. Thea drew her bow and nocked an arrow. The target was too big. There was no need to aim. Thea shot at the center of the black mist. Chapter 124. The zombie seemed to have sensed the attack and rushed out of the black fog according to the direction of the arrow. Thea glanced at the zombie and saw that her arrow had fallen to the ground. Very good, very strong. It did not break through the zombie's defense at all. Without another word, she ran. However, she had underestimated the zombie's super strength. With its powerful strength, its speed was also unbelievably fast. It did not even slow down when it turned corners. With its huge body, it would probably catch up with Thea in a few seconds. Knowing that the environment here was limiting her ability, Thea controlled her doppelganger to run in the opposite direction to buy herself some time. As expected, the zombie was confused by this action. Its slow brain did not know which direction to go. Thea could not race with it in the tunnel. She had to return to the ground and fly up quickly. She looked around and took out a flame arrow, aiming it at the gas pipeline. After thinking about it, she felt that it was not safe. She threw a cloud of black fog in the zombie's path and created a new doppelganger. She handed her a gun and pointed it at the gas pipeline. Thea's original body quickly ran away. What happened next was what Felicity saw. The entire Arkham area was shaken by a huge earthquake. The original location of the pipeline was blown into a huge hole that was 20 meters deep and 30 meters wide. Thea successfully escaped into the sky, and the zombie Grundy was exposed to everyone's sight. Thea shot 2 more arrows with a frost arrow and a flame arrow, but the results were close to nothing. The zombie was not only invulnerable to weapons, it was also impervious to fire and water. Furthermore, it was extremely strong. Other than not being able to fly, it had almost no weaknesses. Thea did not dare to fly too high or too fast. She only wanted to pull the zombie out of the city. Whether she asked the swamp monsters for help or the remaining heroes to gang up on it, there would be room for her to use it. She also told Uncle Batman about the situation here. Batman and Old Gordon approved of her plan to pull the monster out of the city. However, when they heard that there was such a strong monster in Gotham, they did not believe it. Fortunately, Batman was knowledgeable, calm, and experienced. He reminded Thea to be careful and said that he would be there soon. Thea wasn't expecting much from him. Bane wasn't easy to deal with. He should be able to win, but if he wanted to kill him immediately, it would be a dream come true. It was better to rely on oneself than on others. Thea was afraid that this guy would go back and attack those that couldn't fly, so she had to slow down and shoot a few arrows from time to time. Although they couldn't break through his defense, it was better than doing nothing. Through continuous probing, Thea felt that Grundy was not as powerful as the legends made him out to be. Or rather, he was brainless. Although Grundy was a zombie, he was intelligent. However, the guy in front of her did not seem to be intelligent at all. He was dragged around the city by her clumsy provocations. One flew in the sky while the other ran on the ground. Soon, they were out of the city and arrived at the southern swamp that changed Thea's fate a few days ago. After circling the swamp twice, Thea didn't know if the swamp monster had left or if it felt that it couldn't defeat them and didn't dare to come out. It was as quiet as a wasteland. She had no choice but to continue circling Gotham. To the east was the sea. Thea tried to pull Grundy for another 10 minutes. This guy wasn't that stupid. After entering the sea, it ran back when it realized that it was seawater. She had no choice but to pull it to the west while calling for help from her friends. The first to arrive was the military helicopter from Heaven's Eye Society. They couldn't make a move in the city, but now that they were in the suburbs, they had nothing to worry about. 8 anti-tank missiles hit Grundy accurately. The smoke dispersed, and the zombie roared at the helicopter as if nothing had happened. The pilot of Heaven's Eye Society almost fainted. Now you know fear? I dragged this guy for a marathon. Do you think it was easy? Of course, Thea couldn't sit back and watch her allies die. She shot a few more ice arrows to attract the zombies' attention. At this time, Batman was burning with anxiety as he listened to the battle in the distance. However, Bane had learned his lesson this time. He didn't use venom to strengthen himself. Instead, he relied on his extraordinary skills to entangle Batman and try to keep him in place. There was a difference in skills between the two, but it wasn't big. Last time, Bane's sudden burst of strength had tricked Batman and led to the backbreaker incident. Therefore, this time, Bruce was very conservative. 40% attack and 60% defense. Bane was also a little scared by the venom attack last time. He didn't dare to use his full strength. Anyway, the mission of the Owl Court was to hold Batman back. He didn't have to risk his life. Batman could guess what he was thinking. Thinking to himself, he raised his hand and threw out a smoke grenade. Bane reacted quickly. His first reaction was that his opponent was going to run away. How could he let that happen? He used the throwing technique that he used to fight in underground boxing and pounced on his opponent's waist. You were fooled. Batman's smoke bombs were all feints. He had already expected Bane's pounce. His left hand slammed forward, grabbed the breathing mask on Bane's face, and tore off the mask with force from his wrist. Dash! The severe pain made Bane run out of the smoke range in a few steps. His mask wasn't put on. It was surgically connected to the facial nerves. Now that it was violently removed, the nerves were seriously damaged and affected the operation of the brain. For a moment he was muddle-headed. Batman saw that his face was covered in blood, his eyes were cloudy, and most of the skin around his mouth was torn. He knew that he had won. He pounced on him and gave him a good beating. He tied up his old enemy with his own special rope and hurriedly called Thea to ask her about the situation. Thea's situation was definitely not good at this time, but it wasn't that bad either. After all, the big zombie couldn't fly, and the power of the skateboard was almost endless. In response to Uncle Bat's question, she also said that they should think carefully before they come. This guy was invulnerable. If they wanted to take pictures as a souvenir, they should wait. At this time, her cooperation with the Heaven's Eye Society's military helicopter was not bad. Like a relay, they pulled the big zombie from the south to the west. Now, they were moving towards the north. In the communication channel, she could only say that they could still hold on. They should think of something quickly. After asking for her location, Batman didn't look at his comrades. He quickly got on his bat fighter. His equipment had a GPS. He had already found it a few days ago when Bane was in seclusion. The supersonic bat fighter quickly rushed to the battlefield. He was shocked when he saw Solomon Grundy for the first time. This thing didn't look like a laboratory product. It looked more like a natural product. How could there be such a thing near his own Gotham? He believed what Thea and the others said about it being invulnerable. However, in order to test it himself and obtain more data, he still fired a dense rain of bullets with the autocannon. Chapter 125. The Batfighter could be considered as the most advanced aircraft on Earth. It was fast, powerful, and easy to operate. In the future battle of Dawn Justice, even Doomsday would not be able to catch up with it at full speed. Now, facing Grundy, the Batfighter could completely crush it in terms of speed. Even with Thea's extraordinary dynamic vision, she could only see a series of shadows flashing past. After that, the Batfighter opened fire rapidly, and a large number of bullets rained down on the zombie's head, eyes, heart, and other vital points. Solomon Grundy was completely defenseless against the Batfighter that appeared out of nowhere and was howling in pain. The intense fire lasted for half a minute, and bullet shells fell to the ground like raindrops. Metal bullets, fire bullets, armor-piercing bullets, and all kinds of bullets rained down on the zombie. From time to time, there were some explosions and Grundy screams that reached Thea's ears. She was indeed poor. Uncle Bruce had spent at least a few $1 million in 30 seconds. He was really a man. The scene was filled with smoke and flames. The few of them flew further away and carefully observed the Batfighter. Roar! The zombie staggered out of the smoke. It could be seen that the various bullets had caused some damage to it. Its right eye was blinded, and its arms and shoulders were damaged to varying degrees. There were many bullet holes on its pale skin, but there were no penetrating wounds. This meant that the bullets had been blocked by the layer of muscle. There was not a single drop of blood on the wound, and it was still squirming, trying to repair the bullet holes. It seems to be recovering, and it's not slow. Thea turned the detection function on her glasses to the maximum. She was a little disgusted by the white, dead flesh, but she still reminded him, "Does your freezing have any effect on it?" Batman naturally saw it too. He was also helpless. The recovery speed was too fast. In just a few seconds, the blinded eye had already grown back. His Batfighter was mostly used for traveling. It was not a fighter, so it did not have that many bullets. Part of it, but this guy is too strong. It can break free on its own. In order to let him see clearly, Sia quickly rushed up. When she was 200 meters away, she shot an arrow. The arrow pierced into the shoulder of the big zombie. The freezing effect was not bad, but it was quickly shaken off by the zombie. Batman studied it for a while. It seems to be able to suppress its recovery speed. What he said was pure nonsense. Any atomic structure could be frozen, and if it was frozen, there was no way to recover. Thea cursed silently but did not reply. "Do you have any good ideas?" Batman didn't say what he thought. Instead, he asked her from the perspective of a senior looking at a junior. The best way was to call a few especially fierce ones to fight it, but Master would definitely not do that. Laser weapons won't be very effective against it, and nuclear weapons can't be used easily. I think we should find a place to freeze it and bury it deep underground. To be honest, this idea was similar to what Bruce had in mind. His plan was to find a valley to lure it in, block both ends, and then pour high-speed cement inside. It was hard to say who was the wiser one, but it was all a trick to take advantage of the zombie's weakness of not being able to fly. Both of their plans were reasonable, but they also had shortcomings. Thea didn't have that many arrows, and there weren't enough valleys near Gotham. Just as he was considering which plan to use, Catwoman's voice sounded in the communication channel. "Talon ran away, but we caught Mr. Freeze together. Can we use his freezing ability?" Catwoman's voice was definitely not calm. It was easy to guess that they had spent a lot of effort to capture Mr. Freeze alive. This was good news. Thea's freezing arrow could only be used in emergencies, and it didn't last long. Magic still couldn't be seen in the light of day, and she didn't know how to summon wind, rain, fireballs, and icicles. In fact, that kind of magic had disappeared from the world. No matter how powerful a fireball was, it couldn't be more powerful than a missile. Magic was more reflected in its mysteriousness and indestructibility. Okay then, let's use the freezing plan. Batman also felt that it wouldn't be easy to find a deep hole in the mountains. If he accidentally ran into another superhero's territory, he would be embarrassed. Then, he discussed the specific measures with Thea in the communication channel. Needless to say, they found a lot of problems. First of all, Freeze's gun didn't have such a long range. Even though Catgirl and the others took off his helmet and put a dagger on his neck to threaten him, he couldn't do anything about it. The gun only had a maximum range of 50 meters. It wasn't designed for combat. To be honest, the distance was very close. Grundy's super strength was too great a threat. A random car sign or something like that would be very lethal. 50 meters was a distance that even Thea didn't dare to get close to, let alone Mr. Freeze, whose reaction speed was ridiculously slow because of his freezing ability. This was just asking him to die. Batman definitely wouldn't be so inhumane. Mr. Freeze wouldn't be stupid enough to rush up and kill himself. How do we limit its ability to move? This question was in the minds of the two. In theory, using the principle of heat expansion and cold contraction, Thea's frost arrows, flame arrows, and occasionally high-strength armor-piercing arrows could cause considerable damage to the big zombie. The atomic structure of the fluctuating temperature was very fragile. No matter how strong the big zombie was, it was still a carbon-based creature. It hadn't become some kind of conceptual existence. By the same logic, Batman could also cause damage to the big zombie if he didn't care about the cost, but the two billionaires both chose to think of another way, because this was a move to throw money into the water, and they wouldn't consider it until the last moment. I've caught Dr. Hugo from the mental hospital. He said that this zombie was fished out of the river because of the rising river. Its consciousness hasn't awakened. It's just a virtual personality that they forcibly instilled in it to control the body. Director Gordon timely shared the information he had collected. However, this information wasn't of much help to the current situation. Thea had long felt that Grundy wasn't as strong as the legends said. It looked silly. When she heard that the river was rising, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Is this the hidden boss that I summoned by the rain? Thea listened to Director Gordon with an indifferent attitude. She had to admit that the Court of Owls had some tricks up their sleeves. They were also afraid that they couldn't control the big zombie. They combined the strengthening radiation technology with brainwashing to create a virtual personality to control the big zombie's body. However, this virtual personality was too weak. Or rather, Grundy's body was too strong. After controlling it for a short period of time, it caused a serious loss of control. They had no choice but to leave Arkham in a hurry, leaving the big pot to the heroes who followed closely behind to deal with it. This was a classic case of kill without Barry. Chapter 126. In the end, they decided that the two of them who could fight in the air would cripple the zombie, and Mr. Freeze would go up and spray it. Uncle, what if we don't succeed? Do you have a backup plan? Thea still felt that the idea was not solid enough. After all, the more detailed the plan, the lower the chance of success. Even the slightest mistake could cause the entire plan to collapse. Many villains had grand plans, but it was easy to destroy them. Batman was silent for a moment. I've called for backup. Don't worry. You're so arrogant and you're calling for backup? I'll believe you for now. Seeing that Thea was silent, Batman went through the entire plan in his mind. When he felt that there was no problem, he calmly gave the order. Selina, bring Mr. Freeze and come here as soon as possible. Thea, delay it for a few more minutes. I'll go find a suitable place. As he spoke, he started to check the information on the Batfighter, but he soon found that his password could not be used to access the satellite. Oh, I've checked it for you. There's a natural cliff in the northwest corner. If you lure it to the bottom and blow it up, it should be able to trap it for a while. Only Miss Felicity Smokey could find the information so quickly. Batman could only maintain his principle towards women, which was to pretend that he didn't know that she had hacked his satellites so blatantly. Thea had the urge to cover her face. Wasn't it a little too much to hack the satellite in front of the victim? She did not know that Felicity had kicked Bruce's access out without even looking at the name. Otherwise, it would be even more embarrassing. Batman did not have much to complain about this energetic girl, but with a strict attitude, he still told Thea not to let the zombie escape. He quickly went to the site to investigate. When he arrived, he found that the terrain was quite suitable. The cliff was about 10 meters high, and the joints were not very thick. He could easily break it with his autocannon. As long as he lured the zombie to the bottom of the cliff, he could make the whole mountain collapse. The falling rocks should be able to trap it. He operated the Batfighter and circled around the area, confirming that there were no signs of living creatures nearby. "Bruce, we have a situation here." Catwoman's voice was full of resentment, as if she was not doing her job well. Batman listened quietly and said to Thea, "Pull her over to me. I'll go get Selina." After he finished speaking, he left Thea a set of coordinates and rushed towards Gotham City. When he saw Mr. Freeze, he almost couldn't recognize him. Not only was he unkempt, there were also many slapping marks on his face. They were especially obvious on his pale face. A group of people stayed in the cold room. Only Catwoman was wearing a coat and holding a dagger to his neck. The rest of the people were also freezing. People who were frozen couldn't leave the cold environment. If he went out without a helmet, he would die. Catwoman didn't dare to let him wear a helmet. Both sides were troubled by the reality. However, this problem was too simple for Batman. He took out an unknown object from his belt and threw it into Mr. Freeze's mouth. "Plastic bomb. Put on your helmet and follow me." At the same time, he handed a remote control to Catwoman. "Keep an eye on him." Mr. Freeze touched his neck. He didn't dare to bet his life on the bomb. He reluctantly put on his helmet and boarded the Batfighter with the sci-fi-looking freeze gun. When Catwoman boarded the plane, Barbara and Robin realized that there was no space on the plane. Batman also didn't want his apprentice to fight such a fierce zombie. Felicity was controlling the satellite anyway. He just needed to tell them to watch the live broadcast. They quickly rushed to the preparation site. Thea was still on the way. She had no choice. The zombie's speed was her weakness. She had to dodge the cars and trees that threw at her from time to time. Thea couldn't speed up at all. She could only fly slowly. Batman stopped the plane and went to the side of the cliff with the grappling gun. He set up a large circle of bombs and threw a remote control to Catwoman. He made eye contact and left the two at the scene. He flew to Thea alone. Mr. Freeze looked at the two remote controls in Catwoman's hands. His eyelids kept twitching. "Sister, you won't make a mistake later, right? Please don't make a mistake." At this time, Thea was still pulling the zombies aggro. The Sky's Eye Society's military helicopter had returned early because of the lack of fuel. When she saw Batman coming to pick her up, she didn't say anything and just left everything to him. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't tired. She concentrated on moving from the center of the city to the south and circling around the city for a few hours. She attacked at night, but now it was dawn. Not to mention the consumption of arrows, she was not as focused as before. She was still in this state after the awakening of her bloodline. With the help of the sun rune, she could more or less absorb some sunlight to recover her strength. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. She flew quickly to the preparation site. This was the first time that Thea saw Mr. Freeze up close. Their eyes were definitely not friendly. Last time, her canister plan didn't cause much damage to Mr. Freeze, but all his armor and weapons were destroyed. This time, he was wearing an old model. He was not afraid of frostbite because of his special body, but he couldn't avoid the freezing effect. Ordinary people could defrost by heating, but he couldn't. He couldn't even touch it at room temperature. He could only defrost it in the freezer. What kind of environment was the freezer? The defrosting speed was as slow as a tortoise's. Luckily, he had a special body, so it took him 10 days to get out of the ice. His chest was stuck to his back, and he almost starved to death. Thea didn't know about his painful experience. She was just curious about his armor and freezing spear. She secretly thought that she must study his equipment carefully when he was locked up. Bang! The sound of air exploding from afar woke up the three people who were silent. "Is that a bird?" Catwoman, who was naturally sensitive to fish and birds, asked curiously. "That's an airplane." Mr. Freeze, the cryogenic scientist, despised Catwoman's ignorant and incompetent look. "That's Superman." Felicity, who was remotely controlling the Wayne family's satellite, immediately discovered the identity of the intruder. She screamed like a die-hard fan, her voice so loud that it made everyone's eardrums buzz. Thea was speechless. "That's enough. Can you not be so exaggerated?" The person who came was wearing blue tights with a big's logo on his chest and an obvious red cape. It was obvious that he was Superman. His face was strong, and his expression was full of sunshine. He seemed to be the embodiment of positive energy. He stayed in the sky far away and didn't come down to greet them. Sia felt a lot more at ease now. Both of her legs were still there. Wouldn't that little zombie fall into the bowl with a handful of her hands? Thea's sharp spiritual power sensed a strong sense of peeping. She looked up at the sky reflexively. That sunny guy was looking at her with shining eyes. "Damn. I just said hello, and you're peeping at me. What is he looking at with his X-ray vision? This guy doesn't have any weird fetishes, right?" Thea subconsciously hugged her shoulders. Chapter 127. After thinking for a while, she understood that this guy was not using his superpower to look at girls. He must have noticed something strange about her and took a peek. Sia harumphed heavily. Her secret had been discovered, and there was no point in hiding anything when dealing with this group of cheaters. Her golden blood was so obvious that it would be difficult for her not to be discovered. Next time, her combat uniform had to be equipped with an X-ray protection function. There were too many people with X-ray vision these days. If she met a few perverted ones, she would be at a disadvantage. However, when she glanced at Superman in the sky, she saw that his face was full of uncertainty. In the end, he did not say anything. He just greeted Thea thoughtfully and did not say anything further. Could it be that this guy did not see it? Ancestor Merlin's bloodline was very powerful. It came with a shielding function? Thea did not know if her guess was right. She thought to herself that she should try to get some information out of Big Chow later. Thea's thoughts aside, in less than 5 minutes, the few of them saw a small black dot on the horizon gradually approaching. The bat fighter was afraid that the zombie could not catch up, so it did not dare to drive too fast. It could only fire a few shots and fly for a while before firing again. To be honest, this made Batman feel a little uncomfortable. His fighter could fire backwards, but it was really uncomfortable to shoot and stop like this. He also had to concentrate on avoiding the ground-to-air cars and electric poles thrown by the zombie. He could only admire Thea for being able to pull him along for a few hours. "You guys hide here well. I'll go take a look." No matter how agile the bat fighter was, it was not as agile as a skateboard. It was true that a small boat was easier to turn around. Thea could see Batman's dilemma. Seeing that Superman had no intention of going up, she could only go and help. However, when she was less than half the distance, an accident happened. Batman did not know if he was too relaxed or the angle of the fighter was too small. A boulder weighing more than 100 pounds was thrown out by Grundy like a sandbag. With a crack, it broke the left wing of the bat fighter in half. Looking at the bat fighter spinning and crashing into the ground, Thea hurriedly raised her speed, found a good landing spot, and shot 4 entanglement arrows into the ground. As it turned out, the anti-jump-off spider webs that Dr. Hoffman had designed to save people who had committed suicide were very useful. Under Superman's surprised gaze, the bat fighter was caught by 4 layers of dense spider webs. Thea hurriedly flew over and rescued Uncle Bruce, who had treated her quite well. At this time, Batman was wearing a black helmet, black armor, and black cloak. Even the skin on his face was black. He was purely embarrassed and angry. He had lost so much face in front of his old rival. In his heart, he secretly cursed himself to increase the bat's sensitivity by 300% next time. Due to the failure of his mech, the original plan of digging deep into the ground and burying them had to come to a temporary halt. At least, these few people could not carry out the plan. Fortunately, the reinforcements who wanted to laugh at their old rivals finally decided to step in. Superman did not act rashly. Instead, he used a long-range attack to test his opponent's strength. 2 orange-red lasers shot out from his eyes and directly hit the big zombie. The big zombie, who had been attacked by the lasers, took 2 steps back. It let out a deafening roar at Superman. Ignoring the lasers on its chest, it picked up a huge rock on the ground and threw it out. Superman, who could move faster than the speed of sound, would definitely not be hit. He nimbly turned around in the air and dodged the rock. He focused on the outcome of his battle. The development of the situation was somewhat beyond his expectations. The heat rays that had always been effective did not cause much damage. At the same time, the enemy's strong self-healing ability also shocked him. Was this guy really an Earthling? This self-healing speed was almost on par with us aliens. Superman believed in the principle of not fighting blindly if he could kill, so he did not waste any time. He pulled his left hand back to his waist and raised his right fist high. Then he rushed towards Grundy. The distance between the two of them instantly shortened as he flew at supersonic speed. Although Grundy had been brainwashed and could only move by instinct, his body's natural reaction was still there. Facing this punch, he did not retreat. Instead, he roared and raised his huge fist to meet it. Boom! There was a loud explosion at the place where the two of them collided. The huge force squeezed the air in all directions. The trees and rocks that were closer to the two of them were instantly smashed into powder by the powerful shockwave. Catwoman and Batman were experienced and had already found a place to hide. Thea also quickly increased her altitude to avoid the powerful shockwave. This kind of strength was too unreasonable. No wonder Batman did not like Superman. You have such great strength. You make us, who have worked so hard to train in martial arts, feel ashamed. No matter how good we train, it's useless. Thea thought that she was broad-minded, but this was the first time she had seen such an inhumane battle. She was so King jealous. This showed the importance of reincarnation. Fortunately, Superman was not omnipotent. His body was too strong, and his talent points were all added to his strength, speed, and vitality. His magic resistance was frighteningly low. As long as he had a little bit of success in his magic, he could use mind control to make this guy in the red cloak kneel down and surrender. With that in mind, she felt much better. In terms of life form, at least she was much stronger than her master, who was still racking his brains. Sia also relaxed and focused on this rare battle that Gotham would witness once in 100 years. Superman had already determined that the enemy's strength was about the same as his through his continuous probing. However, his opponent did not have the ability to fly. This seemed to be something he could make use of. He started to use his mobility to fly around Grundy. Although the big zombie tried his best to fight back, the effect was minimal. Superman's fists still landed on his head like raindrops. The battlefield of the two became bigger and bigger. Trees and mountains were destroyed by the aftermath of their attacks. The originally flat ground was also trampled by the angry Grundy. Thea flew high and focused on the battle. It could not be helped. She did not know which idiot taught Superman how to fight. He especially liked to grab the enemy and throw them out like bowling pins. After that, he would poke at the side and pose with a cold face. As one of the grandmasters of combat, Thea did not understand. Was there a need to do this? The damage from the fall was not as good as a punch. Throwing the enemy out was just giving up the early advantage. Grundy might have thought that it was fun after being thrown around a few times, so he started to play the throwing game with Superman. Superman would grab Grundy's neck and throw him out, and Grundy would grab Superman's cape and send him flying. The battlefield was getting bigger and bigger. Thea had already descended from the sky. It was more dangerous in the sky than on the ground. She hid beside Batman. Uncle was very experienced. He had already hidden in a shallow pit and watched the scene of the battle. This was probably the reason why so many people hated Superman. He did not pay attention to the environment. The originally beautiful place was now like a wasteland after a nuclear war. The next apocalyptic movie could be filmed here. Thea only had one word left for Dachau: brainless. The battle lasted for 10 minutes. Although the big zombie was at an absolute disadvantage, Superman was still unable to take it down. This made him a little anxious. He saw an opening and went to the side of the zombie. He punched the back of its head. Chapter 128. The zombie had completely entered its instinctive combat mode. When it heard the gust of wind coming from the side, it reached out its pale hand and grabbed Superman's fist without hesitation. The corner of its mouth curled into a sinister smile. Superman struggled a few times, but he could not break free. What was going on? Their strength had always been about the same. This guy's strength has suddenly increased. He shouted at the few of them. In his impression, this big guy must have been created by some ambitious human scientist. Gotham and the rest should know something about it. However, Batman and the rest had always been running around. They had never fought so openly before. How would they know why? Fortunately, Thea vaguely remembered that the zombie had something that looked like withered ash. She carefully observed Grundy's surroundings. There was indeed a faint gray fog surrounding him. Ask Superman to stop hitting the enemy's head. Didn't Director Gordon say that the court created a new personality for it to control it? Look at the fog surrounding its body. I suspect that its strength has increased. This means that the old personality is about to awaken. Thea summarized her analysis to Batman. Fog? Why don't I see it? Old Master looked around for a long time but did not see any fog. This is bad. Am I the only one who can see it? At that moment, two little people appeared in her mind. The black Thea grabbed the white Thea and slapped her. Slap, slap, slap. Who told you to talk too much? Who told you to talk too much? Thea wiped the non-existent sweat from her forehead and did not say anything. Batman looked at her with confusion. Then let's use our method to imprison it. After that, he picked up a device and whispered a few words. Superman was stunned for a moment. He then changed the angle of his attack and started hitting Grundy's legs. Oh, you two even have a special communication channel. Thea thought to herself. Their friendship was really strange. They were fighting against each other and cooperating at the same time. Batman whispered a few more words. Then, he turned to Thea and said, "Bring Selina and the rest up there and freeze it." Thea did not say anything else. She pulled Catwoman and Mr. Freeze and flew towards the demolition site. Superman had given up on the zombie's head after receiving their instructions. Instead, he attacked the zombie's legs and arms. The gray fog that was about to take shape seemed to be restrained by something. It retracted back into the body intermittently. In terms of strength, Superman had the upper hand again. Superman at full power was not just for show. With punches, kicks, and heat rays, Grundy's limbs were broken like a sandbag. No matter how strong his recovery was, after such a long battle, the speed of his cell repair inevitably slowed down. "Come over here." Cao, who was radiating sunshine, waved at the people on the skateboard. "Hurry up and get down." Catwoman ordered Mr. Freeze as she gestured with the remote control. Although he was very unwilling, Mr. Freeze had no choice but to jog and jump off the skateboard. Catwoman was not satisfied with his dragging speed. She even kicked him hard. When he got close to Grundy, he did not care about its roaring mouth. He aimed at the zombie's head and pulled the trigger. Visible frost quickly covered the zombie's skin. Mr. Freeze also knew that if the zombie escaped, the two flying in the sky would not be afraid. He would be the first unlucky one since he was the closest and the slowest. Superman also had frost breath. Perhaps in consideration of the overall situation of the cooperation between the two sides, he breathed out frost breath after Mr. Freeze. Seeing that they were so lively, Sia also shot a frost arrow in the spirit of killing people. Mr. Freeze was very motivated. Without Catwoman's urging, he spat out the frost gas. Occasionally, he could hear the zombies' muffled roars. He was so scared that he did not dare to relax. He kept changing his angle and froze the entire ground. He only stopped when the air in the pressurized barrel was completely exhausted. He took a few steps back and watched the development while panting. Batman was not idle at this time. He changed the Batfighter with half of its wing broken into a Batcopter. He pulled a square metal box from Wayne Enterprises that was 10 cubic meters in size. It was made of solid tungsten and could withstand a temperature of 3,000 degrees. He covered the frozen zombie with the box. After that, he poured a stream of high-speed cement into the gap in the box. Looking at Solomon Grundy gradually being buried and disappearing, Thea felt a little pity. As a beginner sorcerer, she felt a very strong power from the zombie. This power was not the power of the body, but something of a higher level. She could not explain it clearly. If she could study it, she believed that it would improve her ability. Unfortunately, now was not the right time. It was not good to do anything in front of Batman and Superman. Moreover, she was very weak. Even if she obtained the power from the zombie, it might cause more trouble due to her lack of control. You are? Sister Kara Danvers? Superman flew to Thea and asked in an uncertain tone. He always felt that this girl was very strange. His X-ray could not see through her at all. All kinds of abnormalities could not be seen by others, but he could see a lot of sunlight entering Thea's body every minute and every second. After coming to Earth for so many years, this was the first time he saw someone who could absorb sunlight. Because he could not see how he looked when he was basking in the sun, he was not sure if Thea's reaction was the standard reaction of Krypton. From the sunlight, he naturally associated it with his cousin Kara Danvers, whom he had not seen for many years. Batman, who was originally in a daze on the side, suddenly pricked up his ears. What do you mean? You and Superman are also relatives? Also, you are Talia's sister. Does this mean that Talia is also an alien? Just as Batman was thinking about whether to strangle his son when he went back, Thea's face turned green. No, absolutely not. Hero, you have the wrong person. How can you people randomly recognize relatives? You recognize relatives in front of Batman, and your reputation will drop by thousands in an instant. What's more, I am not. I'll leave first. Contact me if there's anything. Hearing her denial, Superman did not say anything. He coolly said goodbye to Batman and nodded at the others. With a standard takeoff motion, he broke through the sound barrier and disappeared from their sight. Batman's expression was normal as he chatted with Thea for a while. It was all nonsense about whether she was tired or not. Damn it, Thea was a little depressed. Her reputation must have dropped, but fortunately, it was not by much. She could only ask Catwoman to talk to him. If she could not do it alone, she could ask Talia to help. No matter what, she had to get her reputation back. What do we do next? Looking at the big zombie sealed in a 10 cubic meter box, everyone, including Mr. Freeze, heaved a sigh of relief. This unkillable and extremely strong guy was not easy to deal with. At least for Gotham, where victory was decided by intelligence, this big guy was too reckless. It could easily flip the table, regardless of whether it was a hero or a villain, they could not accept it. Bury it on the spot. The old master's deep voice was transmitted to their ears through a voice changer. This kind of digging and burying had nothing to do with the heroes. Gordon, who was known as the #1 bug in Gotham and could not be killed, quickly appeared in their field of vision. He brought a lot of workers and digging equipment with him. After a brief introduction, he started digging on the spot. Batman meant that the deeper, the better. Of course, Sia didn't want it to be so troublesome, but she had no reason to object. In the end, the person in charge of the construction said that since they didn't lack money, they could only dig 10,000 meters at most. They wouldn't be able to go any further with the drill. Originally, Thea wanted to take a look at the situation, but when she heard that they had to dig 10,000 meters deep, she immediately fled. Could there even be oil? How long would it take? She used the excuse of going back to rest and flew back after saying goodbye to the others. Chapter 129. Catherine, come down and play with us. Mom, it's so dark here. Come play with me. You be *. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. In a gorgeous bedroom, a middle-aged woman with a face full of fear suddenly woke up from her sleep. Don't come here. As the ticking sound of the clock echoed in the quiet room, she finally realized where she was. She looked at herself in the mirror, her face was ashen, and a trace of fear appeared between her brows from time to time. She rubbed her forehead. It's the third day and I've had nightmares. I can't live in this *TTY place anymore. She angrily pressed the call button on the bedside table. Her loyal subordinates would escort her to another safe place. However, after waiting for a full 3 minutes, it was still quiet outside the door. She could only hear her own heavy breathing. She knew she was in trouble. She took out a pistol from the bedside table and looked around vigilantly. Hi. Good evening. She suddenly heard a greeting. Without thinking, she shot at the window where the voice came from. The person was shot and fell to the ground, which made her sigh in relief. However, before she could calm down and think, She saw the same person appear at the window and greet her with the same tone. "Hi. Good evening." When she took down the third monster, her nerves were stretched to the limit. Although she was not a killer, she was trained in marksmanship. Her shots must have hit the other party, but it seemed that the other party was not hurt. Who was this person? Or was it something else? She tried to calm herself down and held the gun tightly, trying to comfort herself. When the monster appeared at the window for the fourth time, she did not shoot rashly. She wanted to know why the monster was looking for her. The monster covered in black fog came to the window and saw that she did not attack. Instead, she looked at him vigilantly. He knew he was one step closer to success. He jumped into the bedroom. "Don't come here." The middle-aged woman named Catherine pointed her gun at the black mist figure with trembling hands. No matter how hard she tried to cheer herself up, she was still scared out of her wits when she saw such an abnormal phenomenon. How could a normal person be shrouded in black mist? It was hard to say if this guy was even human. However, she was soon surrounded by an even greater fear. She did not have the heart to think about the black fog. The man in the black fog stretched out his smoky arm and snapped his fingers. "Give me the gun." Catherine felt that there was something wrong with the other party's IQ. "Why would I give you the gun for no reason?" However, even though his consciousness was very clear, his body couldn't help but walk to the black mist figure's side. His limbs were stiff as he handed the gun over. This abnormal scene almost scared her heart out of her chest. She felt as if a taut string in her head had snapped in an instant. Her rationality and logical thinking had all disappeared. She was finished. She had done too much evil, and it was finally the day when she could be free. 30% fear, 30% unwillingness, and a little disbelief. He trembled as he stood in front of the strange man in the black fog. The black fog monster that appeared here was naturally Gotham's good friend, Thea. After solving the Grundy incident, she also knew that her trip to Gotham had come to an end. Whether it was to help Moira in the election or to learn more knowledge, she needed to return to Star City. She spent the remaining few days thinking about how to deal with the Court of Owls. Rather than an organization, this organization was more like a loose club. The members were not fixed, but they had to be Gotham locals with sufficient social standing. The court had controlled Gotham City from afar for 200 years. Batman had destroyed some of their strongholds when he was young, but they miraculously avoided the disaster. This time, taking advantage of the chaos in Gotham, they started to return to the forefront. Their hiding methods were not very good. They were just hiding among the people. As Batman had many connections with the locals, he naturally could not find these enemies hiding in the upper echelons of society. Thea did not have this problem. She only needed a breakthrough. She did not need to find everyone. 3 days ago, she activated the nano-tracker in Talon's body. The woman she tracked was the court's liaison officer. For the next 3 days, Thea continuously used magic to invade the dreams of this middle-aged woman named Catherine. She used a large number of scary scenes to gradually break down her psychological defenses. Finally, she completed the preliminary control today. Of course, she would not say that she was thinking about the mind control spell to deal with a certain muscular man in a red cape. There must be a misunderstanding. Thea sighed. Although the casting process was bumpy, it was finally completed. If Merlin knew that his descendant took 3 nights to cast such a simple dream entry spell, he would definitely come out from the depths of the multiverse and throw a fireball at her face. This was the trouble of not having anyone to teach her. Thea knew that she was terrible, but this was her limit. She had to memorize the contents of the hidden map, the engraving method on the dagger, and various unreliable theories on the internet. She finally managed to cast the spell. In order to make the spell more effective, she even created 3 clones to send her to her death. When she thought that she could escape, she would kick her down, causing her to completely lose her mind. Of course, this was not a spell. It was the domain of modern psychology. In order to deal with this woman, Thea used all the means at her disposal. The clones only consumed her physical strength, but the dark mist consumed her meager magical power. In order to deepen the impression, she used it 4 times. She was almost at her limit. Thea reached out a hand and placed it on Catherine's forehead. She began to read the woman's memory under the woman's blank gaze. Actually, it was not appropriate to use the word reading to describe a person's memory. Memory was not a piece of paper, but a highly layered book. Although Xia had prepared herself mentally, she had to stop after reading the 3 layers of memory on the surface. There was too much content, and she needed to keep digesting it. She had to throw away the messy thoughts and memories of the middle-aged woman and only keep the various matters about the court that she cared about. She let out a laugh that she thought was normal, but it was actually a terrifying sound after the voice changer. Thea sat on the side and took out her notebook to study how to read the woman's memory more efficiently. The liaison officer of the Court of Owls, Catherine Monroe, stood motionless in the same place. It was not that she was too scared to move, but that she had lost control of her body. After Thea violently read her memory, her brain was more or less damaged. At this time, she was muddle-headed and could not differentiate between a dream and reality. Thea summed up the gains and losses and improved the reading method. Instead of the original reading method, she changed it from the original reading method to a point-based reading method. She did not want to waste any rubbish memories and increased the speed to avoid arousing suspicion if she left the camp for too long. This time, there was an accident at the beginning of the reading. Catherine's brain was filled with a lot of thoughts like, am I dreaming? When will I wake up? And so on. Interesting, this middle-aged woman's mind was not completely controlled by the spell. Instead, she thought that she was still in a dream. She buried the previous few conversations deep in her heart. This was a typical ostrich's mind. She originally planned to gather the people in the court to do one vote and then withdraw, but now it seemed that she could do more. Thea continued to probe deeper. This time, she did not linger on the memories, but plunged into the deepest part of the memory. Soon, she found a lot of consciousness at the bottom of the memory. These were the woman's most terrifying memories, which were buried deep in her heart after being washed away by time or through psychological treatment. Thea found the memory that she used to scare her. The whole memory in her mind was dark and had a slight trace of magic. This massive memory was trying its best to devour the terrifying memories around it. When it completely wiped out the surrounding memories, the middle-aged woman named Catherine would be frightened to death. Her breathing would be disordered and her heart would stop. Of course, Thea could not let her die. This woman's will was not strong, and she was in a high position. This was a weapon that she could use to control the court. Yes, she originally only wanted to sell the hammer, but now that she saw another possibility, she immediately changed her plan. She wanted to control the Court of Owls. Whether it was for the family's wealth or to set up Gotham, these so-called upper-class people were too useful to her. Furthermore, with their help, she might be able to find a way to further her magic training. Thea began to consciously modify the nightmare that she created. Because it was more or less tainted with her own magic, the memory did not reject her. Following the steady output of her magic, the old gray memory was replaced by a memory with magic. This new memory was modified by her into a very old-fashioned obedience contract. This middle-aged woman named Catherine Monroe would acknowledge Thea's orders from the bottom of her heart. Her daily conversations and actions would not be affected at all. In addition, the memory of magic had completely taken over the area of her terrifying memories. She would no longer have any feelings of fear. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. In the final stage, Thea left a small cluster of her mental strength in the deepest part of her heart. If Catherine was forcefully brainwashed, this cluster of mental strength would detonate her consciousness and turn her into an idiot. There were too many people with superpowers in this world. She had to be careful. Huff huff. Thea withdrew from Catherine's consciousness. She had used up a lot of her mental strength. If it was not for the fact that her mental strength was far superior to that of an ordinary person, she would not have been able to withstand such a large consumption. After dispersing the black fog, she wanted to see the effect. She snapped her fingers. The woman named Catherine instantly regained control of her body. When she saw Thea's true face, the shock on her face slowly turned into excitement, and finally into ecstasy. Thea, when did you come? Let me get you something to eat. Do you have something for me to do? Tell me. Chapter 130. Catherine's enthusiasm was too much for Thea to handle. After experimenting with a few small commands, the results were pretty good. Thea didn't have the bad taste of making a master-servant contract. It wasn't nice to be called master by an old woman kneeling on the ground and calling her master. If it was a 16-year-old girl, she might have considered it. She chose the friendly contract, which had a lower psychological resistance. Modern people had a high resistance to master-servant contracts, especially in a place like America, where freedom was everywhere. If she forced herself to accept it, the psychological trauma would be projected into her daily life, and she would be exposed. This wouldn't be beneficial to her future plans. The friendly contract would preserve all her thinking abilities. Other than ordering her to die, all other orders would be carried out. Even if it was a special person who was good at hypnosis, they wouldn't be able to discover the problem without a large-scale memory search. Over the next 2 days, Sia repeated the same trick and brainwashed another important figure in the Owl Court. It was the current patriarch of the Falcone family, the head of the city's criminal family, Luigi Falcone. His brother, Mario Falcone, died at the hands of Gordon Sr. many years ago. Before he took over the family's affairs, he was secretly delighted. Every day, he would clamor for Gordon Sr. to pay with blood. He had repeated these words over and over for 20 years, to the point that even he himself believed it. Catherine used the excuse of discussing future matters to bring Luigi to her residence. Thea couldn't be bothered to enter the dream and slowly corrupt him. She directly hit the back of his neck and knocked him out. She took her time to do it. Thea's preparation didn't go to waste. Luigi, who had been in the underworld for many years, had a stronger psychological resistance than Catherine. However, after 2 days of hard work, she finally took in the representative of the black family in the court. Looking at the bald old man with age spots all over his face lowering his head in front of her, Sia felt a sense of accomplishment. Catherine Monroe represented the old nobility of Gotham and was the founder of the city. She could determine the direction of the court to a certain extent. Luigi Falcone was the godfather of the underworld in the city. He had great influence over the other major crime families. The two of them represented the radical and conservative factions in the court. Thea did not intend for them to work together. She wanted to maintain the status quo. As long as they could continue to transfuse blood to her, they would have accomplished their mission. Both of them reported directly to Thea. Even if one of them betrayed her, the other had the ability to hold them back and wait for further orders. From now on, I need you to transfer 3% of the court's operating funds to my secret account every month. She looked at her two subordinates who didn't like each other and continued. Also, instruct the families in the court to collect all books related to the mystical realm, the older the better. I want the original. The monthly percentage did not seem large, but it was actually an astronomical figure. This was the contribution of dozens of families. It was too important for the cash-strapped Thea. It was the same for books. Asking Thea to collect them would cost her her life. Many of these families had been passed down for hundreds of years. There might be notes and books from their predecessors that had been passed down to the present day. Rather than letting them gather dust in their hands, it was better to let her use them. Finally, she asked for various human experiment data and reports on the resurrection of the dead. Amazing! Thea flipped through the reports. She was impressed by the results of the court's research. They had started the research on the resurrection of the dead 50 years ago. Needless to say, their initial goal was the instigation of these old nobles who were afraid of death. But it was only 20 years ago that they began to show results. They used a few animal cells with strong self-healing abilities to create a brand new substance. Then, they used the principle of nuclear radiation to implant it into the DNA sequence of the dead. Then, they used electric shock, fire, and freezing to activate the self-healing ability of the cells and resurrected the dead. But this seemingly good experiment result was not optimistic in actual clinical practice. Several court leaders who had reached the end of their lifespans had accepted this experiment, but without exception, they all failed. Through constant comparison, the conclusion was that natural deaths were ineffective, and only unnatural deaths had a certain effect. 10% success rate? Thea looked at the final conclusion and laughed a little. How much money had been spent in the past 50 years? A sea of resources had been thrown into the water in exchange for a 10% success rate. Throwing this unreliable document aside, Thea picked up a small bottle and looked at 3 drops of almost transparent grayish-white liquid. The blood of Solomon Grundy's heart. These drops of blood were a pleasant surprise for Thea. She did not expect that the court was also thinking about the big zombie. They found the big zombie that floated out of the water. On the one hand, they simulated control, and on the other hand, they spent 15 days without rest to extract these 3 drops of almost transparent blood from the big zombie's heart. For ordinary people, this blood was very strange and beyond common sense. But for Thea, who walked the path of the supernatural, it could only be described as shocking. The power in these drops of blood was too strong. Just by sensing it a little, Thea almost got hurt. Gray, decayed, and had a strong corrosive power. This was definitely not the power of justice. Thea was a little relieved that she could not absorb this thing. Her instincts told her that if she absorbed it, she would turn into a zombie at the very least, or die at the very least. This was not a power that a living person should have. But not absorbing it did not mean that she had to return it to the court. This thing was still useful to her. Living people could not use it, but dead objects could still be used. Thea looked at the sword of Azrael in her hand. This sharp sword was brought into the trial, which meant that it was extraordinary. With the analysis of the dagger, Thea had determined that this sword was originally forged as a magical weapon, but for some reason, this crucial step was not completed. The runes were not carved, and the magic circuit was not written. Originally, this sword could only be a half-finished product, but now it seemed that she could complete the last step with Grundy's blood. But this required a lot of time and knowledge. Thea's time in Gotham was getting shorter and shorter, so the matter of magical weapons could only be left for the future. She ordered her subordinates to hide as much as possible. If Batman wanted to run for the position of chief of the Gotham Police Station, she would fully support him and drag him to all kinds of fundraising dinners in the upper class. The court's main task was to take over the black areas in the city, whether it was the territory of the Penguins or the Scarecrows. Of course, the court could not appoint the person in charge. The court still maintained its usual style of remote control, neither too close nor too far away. At the same time, Thea thought about it and did not stop them from persisting with the resurrection experiment. After so many years of research, there was finally some progress, so they could continue with their research. Chapter 131. After successfully dealing with Arkham and rescuing a large number of citizens, Batman's recent days were generally quite pleasant. Catwoman's jealousy was broken by old Master Bruce's persistent pestering, and the two of them returned to their former intimacy. As Gotham's security improved, the training of the 2 disciples was gradually scheduled. Once Batman became serious, Barbara would find it difficult to handle. She had to go to school during the day and form a team to fight criminals at night. The rest of her time was spent on training, and she didn't even have time to do the things she loved with Robin. However, every time she wanted to give up, she would see Thea's smile at the right time. Her unyielding personality made her grit her teeth and persevere. Thea would train with them in her spare time while building the mechanical arm. With her own fighting ability, she could even hold on for a long time against Batman. Fighting Barbara and Robin was even easier. Even if the 2 of them came at her together, she would be able to take them down with some effort. Batman had been thinking about Thea's suggestion to make him a bureau chief. He had repeatedly considered it and sought the opinions of a few parties. Among them, his old butler, Fu, had a decisive effect on his decision. According to Fu's opinion, being a bureau chief sounded much better than being a playboy. Whether it was considering the Wayne family's reputation or his own safety, it was a good idea. He had watched Bruce grow up, and he didn't want him to fight criminals day and night. Especially after the broken back incident, the 80-year-old butler was scared out of his wits. Even though he had never met Thea, he had a good impression of Thea, and would often persuade Bruce to become a bureau chief. The old butler was like half a father to Batman, and his reputation was constantly at the level of worship. Listening to his repeated persuasion, he couldn't help but be moved. Old Commissioner Gordon also supported this idea. He was nearing his 60s, and the Gotham Police Department situation was not good, but it was not too bad either. If Bruce could take over his position, he would be able to rest in peace even if he died immediately. With the two most important elders in his life supporting this plan, he really could not think of a reason to reject it. However, out of caution, he did not go straight to the point. Instead, he tried to submit the application for the position of president of the Gotham Police Officers Guild. There were all kinds of unions in America, such as the Actors Guild and the Directors Guild. There were all kinds of unions that one could think of. The police union was purely a decoration, and no one had paid attention to it for so many years. Master Bruce had originally planned to test the waters and wait for a few days to see the reactions of various sectors. However, the next day, the overwhelming reports from various media outlets scared him to death. As the head of the police department, Chief Gordon secretly opened the back door and released some information among the police. Then, Thea remotely controlled the members of the Owl Court and used her connections to help him. Prodigal Son joins Gotham Police Force. This was the front page of the Gotham Times. Tomorrow's star prepares to join the police force. Looks like a clear stream in the police force. The Gotham Evening News also did a full-page report. The Gotham Morning News even did a special segment. At 6 in the morning, they stopped Lucius Fox, who was about to go to work. The black man did not know what was going on. He was confused by all the questions and could only choose to praise Bruce. In an instant, Bruce Wayne's image changed from a playboy to Gotham's savior. After these reports were broadcasted, the old man was stunned. Do I have such a high reputation? Could it be an enemy's trick? However, when he saw Lucius talking on the screen, it did not seem like it. He then asked for Catwoman's opinion. Why not? Catwoman also had some expectations for him to become the bureau chief. Those damn cops had caught her for 20 years. Now that she had become the bureau chief's wife, wouldn't they be pissed to death? Even Robin and Barbara agreed. Robin was determined to be a police officer. Now that his teacher had entered the police force, it was definitely a good thing. Barbara had been trained too harshly by him. If he could let her rest for a few days, she would want him to be the Secretary General of the United Nations, much less the bureau chief. Bruce asked around and found that everyone in his circle was in favor of him becoming the bureau chief. No one was against it. Only then did he, who was in the late stages of paranoia, completely relax. If there was no conspiracy, then he would go. After confirming that he had indeed submitted the application to the city government for the position of bureau chief, Thea heaved a sigh of relief. No matter how well the Owl Court hid, there would always be traces. Now that she had found something for Batman, whose IQ was off the charts, to do, it would be much easier for her to transfer resources from Gotham. She instructed Catherine and Louis to mobilize all kinds of police, political, and business resources to be sure to delay Batman so that he would not pay attention to the various capital flows in the city. From officially entering the eyes of the public to sitting on the bureau chief's throne, it was estimated that she could divert his attention for at least 2 years. During this period, Thea could get a steady stream of materials from Gotham and Wayne Enterprises. Yes, dozens of families in the Owl Court actually controlled Wayne Enterprises. If you add in the shares in Thea's hands, there would be no friends. But these controlled shares could not be seen. The Owl Court had been resisting Bruce's entry into the board of directors for more than 20 years, but both sides were still restrained. This opposition was only maintained at the normal business level. Thea was of course not interested in controlling Wayne Enterprises. Her goal was to become stronger. Although it could not be seen, Wayne Enterprises' various technologies and advanced equipment were at her disposal. This greatly improved her technical reserves and cleared many obstacles for the production of the Iron Man armor. Realizing that her trip to Gotham was coming to an end, Thea began to say goodbye to everyone. Outside the pavilion, by the old road, the grass was green and the sky was green. That was impossible. They were all modern people. They could talk and video call. What was there to say goodbye to? Finally, on the tarmac of Wayne Enterprises, Batman's group of 4 and Director Gordon held a special farewell party for the Star City duo. Felicity and Felicity's relationship had warmed up so quickly that Sia found it unbelievable. The two of them ran to a corner and took out their phones to do some shady business. Although I have said it many times, I still want to say thank you. It is my honor to meet you. Bruce, who had been busy for the past 2 days, came to see them off. It is also my honor to meet you. Although she did not agree with his way of doing things, Batman's shining personality was still admirable. The two shook hands, and Thea talked with Director Gordon for a while. To be honest, the two had more dealings with each other than the others. Thea could only express admiration for this very charming old man. She said a few words to Barbara and Robin. It was not a life and death parting. They could still meet in the future. Everyone take care. The two got into the helicopter, and Thea waved to them from the cockpit. The helicopter slowly rose to the sky and flew in the direction of Star City. Chapter 132. When Thea returned to Star City, she was dragged away by Moira, who had been anxiously waiting for her for 3 days. Moira had entered the preparation stage for the election. In order to win the approval of the voters, she had to play the role of a low-income person, or rather, she could not be a billionaire. She had to transfer the assets under her name and donate them to society. Only a fool would do that. The general rule of the game was to hand over the inheritance to the children. Although it was a bit like taking off one's pants to fart, almost all the candidates appeared to be poor. Each of them talked about how miserable they were in the TV debate. There were even some who moved from the rich district to the slums in order to gain the name of being close to the people. Moira's bottom line was not that low. She did not intend to give up her family's mansion to live in a low-rent house. However, the family's assets still had to be transferred. It was not impossible for a billionaire to directly participate in the election, but it would be very unusual. Her election style leaned towards the steady and practical side, and she did not need those eye-catching measures. Before Thea understood what was going on, she was surrounded by nearly 50 lawyers and signed documents for the whole morning. If it were not for the fear of shocking the world, she would have let her doppelganger out to sign the documents. There were too many documents. For the whole morning, she had written her name at least 1,000 times, and her wrist was sore. Although the Quinn family's assets were nominally under her name, in fact, she was still underage. The rules were different in the United States. The average age of adulthood was 18 years old. In Star City, it was less, and the age limit was 17 years old. She was still 1 year away. Before she became an adult, her guardian still controlled all her economic lifelines. Her guardian was naturally Moira. So, after going around in a circle, her mother was still firmly in control of everything and was not affected at all. In any case, it was the first step in a long journey. She was just inheriting the company, and it was already so complicated. Those who inherited the throne in ancient times must be even more uneasy. She had to say that it was a wonderful move to take over the Owl Court. Whether it was funds, connections, or subordinates, she had everything. If she waited for the Quinn group to fall on her head, she did not know how long she would have to wait. After a busy morning, Thea officially took office in the afternoon. Of course, she wasn't going to work in the group. The black uncle, Walter Still, managed the group well. She didn't need to cause any trouble at all. She just needed to be on the board of directors. As Moira's only living child, she had to go and rally support for her mother's campaign. To put it bluntly, she had to act as a mascot on the spot to prove how successful Moira's mother's education was. She had to do her best to attract women's votes. At this time, Thea was wearing a light red dress. Even though she had told the stylist that she was going to a low-income community to promote and that she shouldn't wear too revealing clothes, the bearded stylist still found her a dress that exposed a large part of her back. When she walked out of the changing room, everyone, including Moira, was shocked by her white skin. Thea had eaten the green object that was suspected to be the devil's fruit during her last few days in Gotham. Perhaps it was because of the earth attribute. The effect of the transformation was quite mild. There was no major bleeding or pain. It only caused Thea's stomach to be uncomfortable for a few days before the whole process was completed. When she carefully checked the differences in her body, she found that the transformation did not strengthen her bloodline. There was no extra golden blood in her heart. Instead, her lungs had a qualitative leap. Her intuition told her that her hematopoietic function had been greatly strengthened. If she could automatically evolve a drop of golden blood in a year in the past, now the time had been shortened to 3 months. At the same time, her resistance to toxins had also been strengthened. From the outside, her whole body looked more beautiful and the lines were softer. The muscles that had gradually become visible during her training were also hidden. Her skin was so bright that even if she didn't deliberately dress up, she would still make the women around her feel sad. As a mother, Moira was not worried that her daughter would steal the limelight. She was only worried that her daughter would become more outstanding and no one would be worthy of her. Previously, Thea had sent a lot of photos to Moira in Gotham. In fact, they were all taken at Bruce's private beach. Felicity had forcibly photoshopped them into Malibu Beach. At first, Moira just casually flipped through the photos, but as she looked, she found a familiar figure. Bruce Wayne. As the biggest playboy in the United States, she had naturally seen him before. Seeing that the two obviously knew each other in the photos, Moira couldn't help but wonder if her daughter had been deceived. Was it because she had been too strict with her daughter that she had been blinded by the playboy who spent a lot of money? There were a lot of thoughts, but in the end, the only thought left was that the two of them were actually quite compatible. Bruce was a little older, but he was rich. As long as they got a marriage certificate, they could get a divorce. To be honest, in the whole of Europe and America, there were not many people who could match Thea in terms of social status. Those who were rich were older, and those who were not worthy of her. Moira was worried sick for her daughter. She secretly ordered her subordinates to investigate all the habits of Master Bruce in Gotham. However, Master's concealment skills were maxed out. Even with so many villains, they still could not find him, let alone Moira's subordinates. In addition, Gotham was in a state of chaos. In the end, they did not find anything. Moira could only keep this matter in mind and wait for the right time to talk to her daughter. Thea did not know that her photos had been exposed. She was standing behind Moira with a smile on her face, watching her mother shake hands with the housewives who came after hearing the news. Her mind had already fallen to the necklace she was wearing. This sky blue necklace was given to him by Malcolm. After returning from Star City, he unintentionally discovered that the inscriptions on the inside of the necklace were very interesting. Just like the Dark Mist dagger, this necklace was a magical equipment. There were only 4 inscriptions on the dagger, and they were very basic. However, there were 15 inscriptions on the necklace. The interpretation and recognition of various runes made the necklace nearly 10 times more difficult to decipher than the dagger. It was obvious that this necklace was passed down from old Ma's ancestors. It was only in modern times that no one had awakened the bloodline, so it was reduced to the level of an ordinary accessory. Thea, who hated her lack of means to control the enemy, was overjoyed. However, after seeing 2 words, she was a little dumbfounded. Even though Thea had been learning this magical language recently, she had always lacked a basic reading book. There were many words that she had to guess. If she guessed correctly, it would be fine. If she guessed wrong, it would be a pure waste of time. The whole deciphering process was as slow as a snail. After taking a few deep breaths, she knew that she was a little impatient. She slowly adjusted her state of mind. Moira was talking about the rights of women and children on the stage. The audience applauded from time to time. It was too noisy here. Thea pretended to clap her hands a few times. She planned to go back and study it. For now, it was better to be a mascot. Chapter 133. Reality proved that it was not easy to put on a show. Thea pretended to be a good girl for 3 days and pondered over the inscriptions on the necklace every day. However, her expressionless face was interpreted by the media, and after 3 days, she found that all kinds of negative reports about her were overwhelming. Miss Quinn is extremely arrogant. Her elementary school classmate told her past. Thea Quinn hangs around the bar and gets drunk all night. There were a lot of reports, and Moira comforted her that she did not have to take it to heart. These were all the tactics of her opponents. Sia also understood that she was standing there as a target. In this world, who wouldn't talk about others behind their backs? The European and American media were all like this. If they wanted to say something, they could say it. She wouldn't lose anything. Compared to Master Bruce, who worked hard for Gotham at night and was scolded like dog shit during the day, she was considered mild. However, even if the mother and daughter did not care, the hot-blooded youths in the campaign team still cared about this resume. On this day, They publicly pushed out a fake elite who was good at talking and prepared to persuade Miss Thea. Miss Quinn that, although he had repeated his lines 10 times, when the young talent faced Thea, he could not help but feel a little nervous. She personally organized 2 Gotham Grand armed melee and participated in it once. This was not a joke because she directly killed hundreds of people and injured thousands of people. She affected the future of countless families and their fates. At this time, Thea's temperament leaned towards the cold and ethereal kind. Coupled with the deep transformation of her bloodline, she looked even more oppressive. She was silently calculating the 7th inscription on the necklace. This inscription seemed to connect the previous and the following. If she could understand it thoroughly, it would be of great help to her next interpretation. Now that her thoughts were interrupted by the young man, she was not angry, but more or less depressed. She glanced at him with bright eyes and did not say anything. She signaled him to say what he wanted to say. If not, he should get lost. The young talent almost fell to the ground under her gaze. Was this the gaze of a human? It was too scary. However, when he thought of his mission and how he had studied hard for so many years just to stand out, he stuttered, "Our election team, hope that you can be more approachable and not be so cold." Without waiting for Thea's response, he forced a smile and ran away. Thea's clenched fists relaxed when she realized that he wasn't here to flirt with her. Ever since she had awakened her bloodline and was brought to the front desk by Moira, they had been sending her flowers every day and using all sorts of lame excuses to talk to her. They had annoyed her to no end. She could use her submachine gun to deal with the bad guys in Gotham, but it was definitely inappropriate to use force against these flies. After thinking about it, he decided to endure for a few more days. After Moira finished her speech in the city, he would be able to rest. As for the so-called cold face of the young man, she couldn't do anything about it. She was completely immersed in the study of inscriptions. Although science couldn't analyze it at present, Thea thought it was also a kind of science. It was really impossible to make her laugh while thinking about it. This group of young people in the election office took it too seriously. In fact, this was all a process that had already been arranged by the higher-ups. In the city council, how many members did Old Ma control and how many did Moira control? Although the Owl Court claimed to not leave Gotham, it could always influence some people. Finally, with the participation of the Heaven's Eye Society, almost 100% of the people agreed. How could it not be elected? The opinions of the voters stopped at the level of opinions. Once the election results came out, it would be whoever was elected. Things like calling a deer a horse happened every day in reality. Shaking her head, she collected her messy thoughts and continued to concentrate on her research. "Thea, you can take the car back yourself. I have to attend a banquet later." She finally had another day. Before getting into the car, Moira knew that she didn't like all kinds of social activities, so she gave her a day off and let her have fun. Thea was also disgusted with eating with those big-bellied successful people. They were a group of vermin with so much fat that even her arrows couldn't penetrate them. Knowing that she didn't have to suffer, she happily hugged her mother. She declined the bodyguards following. This kind of bodyguard looked tall and strong, but she could beat 10 of them with her bare hands. If she carried a weapon and used all her magic power, no matter how many people came, they would all die. Before getting into the car, she looked around and found that there was no one under the car. Then she turned on the engine and drove away. She couldn't help but be careful. It was not an assassination or anything. The main thing was that the tabloids were too crazy. 2 days ago, when Thea was about to get out of the car, she found a man in black lying under her car in an instant. At first, she thought it was a scammer. In fact, she found out that it was a paparazzi from a gossip magazine. He didn't want to assassinate anyone. He just wanted to take pictures of the scenery under Thea's skirt when she got out of the car. Thea, who knew the truth, was so angry that her face turned pale. It was not appropriate to kill him directly. She could only beat him up and teach him a lesson. For a tabloid with a total of 2 or 3 employees, no matter how powerful Malcolm was, no matter how many claws the Court of Owls had, it was useless. He was not afraid of death at all. People were not afraid of death, but they were willing to die for the sake of sales. Encountering such a person, Thea had no choice but to be more careful. Driving alone on the streets of Star City, she couldn't think of who to look for a while. Felicity went back to her hometown. Of course, she didn't go back to her hometown to get married. It was said that she went to accompany her mother to celebrate Hanukkah. She didn't have many friends in Star City. Sigh, she should go and chat with her future sister-in-law, Laurel. Laurel was very happy that Thea came to find her. After a simple tidying up, the two women went to eat nearby. Although the two women were not close friends, they had known each other since childhood and were very familiar with each other. After a few words, they entered the stage of complaining to each other. Thea finished talking about her own troubles. Of course, she only talked about the part that could be said. If she talked about how she killed 7 people in and out of Gotham, it would drive Laurel crazy. When the topic turned to Laurel, Thea knew that she had not had a good time in the past 2 months. Thanks to the large number of jobs provided by Moira, the security in the slums had achieved a rare peace. Several popular troublemakers had also been transferred to other cities. With no one taking the lead and no one causing trouble, coupled with the fact that everyone was busy with their new jobs, no one came to Laurel's law firm to file a lawsuit. Although this was good news for Laurel, who had a strong sense of justice, the law firm was declining visibly. 3 out of the original 8 partners had already left, and the remaining few were looking for other ways. Originally, the 8 of them had shared the daily expenses, but now the remaining partners had to bear the burden. Laurel's meager assets were almost depleted. Tommy, who used to be rich, had been appearing and disappearing mysteriously recently. Laurel sometimes wondered if he had found another woman. Chapter 134. Today, Laurel was wearing a beige business suit, revealing a pair of long legs and a pair of high heels. When she thought of Tommy, her whole temperament immediately became very melancholy. She picked up the wine that the waiter had just handed her and took a big gulp. Is Tommy still learning martial arts from old Ma? But he couldn't refuse to see his girlfriend, right? Although she was a little suspicious, Thea still wanted to know the truth. Tommy, I haven't contacted you recently? Laurel waved her hand. When Thea thought that Tommy had disappeared, she said, just by phone, but we haven't seen each other in a long time. Then she clasped her legs under the table, her face dark red. Thea's perception had evolved into psychic power, so she was more sensitive to changes in the surrounding environment. Laurel's sudden heartbeat didn't escape her notice, but it was obviously not a sign of poisoning, but a sign of yearning. She glanced at Laurel's big breasts, which were the largest she had ever seen. She estimated that they were at least D-class. How could she comfort her when she was so dissatisfied? Should she go home and find a cucumber? That would be the end of their friendship. Laurel was unconsciously tempting the underage girl. Under the influence of alcohol, she told Thea a few interesting things about her relationship with Tommy. When a man and a woman encountered something interesting, they would definitely go home and do something more interesting. She inevitably told Thea about how long Tommy lasted and what positions he liked. Thea didn't feel awkward at all. She had always been calm about her mother finding a boyfriend, so it wasn't a big deal to have a brother who was related by blood. She just felt that Tommy didn't have enough energy to deal with Laurel and was very passive. What about Oliver? What was it like when you were with him? Thea asked with bright eyes. Oliver. Laurel put her hands together as if she was reminiscing. She couldn't help but smile. He was very gentle and strong. It was always fun to be with him. Thea rolled her eyes. See, this was why Oliver had sex with all the women in the series except for her, who was his biological sister. The problem was that he was strong. He was really good at it. And always fun meant that he had a lot of tricks and could adapt to different situations. Thea glanced at Laurel again. It was no wonder that the two of them were a perfect match. No wonder Laurel began to waver as soon as Oliver returned to the city. Tommy's body was not as good as Oliver's. At this time, Thea had already planned to finish the election phase and rush to Purgatory Island. No matter what Oliver thought, at least she would give him a chance to go home. At the same time, she could also save Yao Fei's daughter, Shadow Yaodong. She was one of the few girls in the movie who had an indescribable national temperament. Thea had a good impression of her and was prepared to change the ending of her tragic death. In addition, Thea inadvertently glanced at Laurel. Her sister, Sarah Lance, should also be on the island. If there were no accidents, they would all be pulled back. Thea, do you have a boyfriend? Have you tried? Laurel was obviously a little drunk. She suddenly felt that it was a little unfair for her to be the only one saying it. You have to say something. If you don't do well, I can teach you. She unconsciously sounded like a senior imparting her experience to a junior. Sigh, Sia instantly understood what she meant and covered her face a little. I can scare you to death when I entertain myself. Do you think my doppelganger technique is a joke? The same body, the same thoughts, combined with the pleasure from different perspectives, the sensory stimulation is double. Let me tell you, I'm afraid of myself when I'm dirty. Although it was originally just to test the limits of the technique, the subsequent development was not very harmonious. Thea did not tell anyone this secret. She was afraid that Ancestor Merlin would find out and throw a fireball at her from a higher dimension. You're just a piston friction on the physical level. I've already entered the magic era. As long as my magic power is further strengthened in the future, 2 or even 3 doppelgangers will not be a problem. Laurel can't fight Sarah and Oliver plus Tommy, right? Thea felt that her thoughts were unrestrained and had almost run to Mars. She quickly calmed herself down. I'm definitely not that dirty. This is the aftereffect of blood purification. Yes, that's right. She was about to make up a fake boyfriend to deal with Laurel. Bang! Bang! The familiar sound of an M1911 pistol reached her ears. Thea instantly picked up the fork on the table, ready to throw it out if there was any danger. From today onwards, this bar will be under the protection of the Botner family. A burly man with a full beard walked into the bar with 2 subordinates carrying rifles. Seeing that his deterrence had worked, he looked around with his bell-like eyes, looking for a target to further establish his power. How melodramatic. This guy is collecting protection fees, right? Sia didn't want to get involved in this kind of trivial matter, so she secretly cast a spell. This spell was modified from the Dream Invasion spell and could reduce one's presence to a certain extent. As long as it wasn't a blood feud, it could be ignored. She had learned this spell for a while, but she had not had the chance to use it. She couldn't use it during the election. If a living person stood in front of everyone, it would be useless no matter how hard she tried to reduce her presence. Thea drew 2 inscriptions in the air with her finger and silently recited the spell. She felt that a small part of her magic power disappeared. Thea knew that the spell was successfully cast. Now she could see the effect. You come here. The burly man with a full beard did not pay attention to Thea. He grabbed a boy dressed as a waiter next to him. With a grim smile, he said to the boy, "Which family did I say I was from? Repeat it." The boy was scared silly. Who would remember which family you are from? He tried hard to recall, but fear filled his brain. He trembled all over and just couldn't remember. His reaction was in line with the bearded man's plan. He was going to make an example of him and deepen the impression of these people. He raised his wrist and pointed the gun at the waiter's head. Can't remember? Ha! Looking at the bearded man with a full mouth of yellow teeth, Thea was a little disgusted. These guys were the newcomers of the Botner family. They were too unruly and barbaric. She had a pistol in her handbag. With her speed, killing these 3 guys would be a piece of cake. However, there were so many people on the scene. If she rashly shot, the follow-up would be very troublesome. It might even affect Moira's election to a certain extent. Seeing that the waiter was about to die on the spot, what should she do? She hated it in her heart. The heroes of Star City were really not good at learning from the advanced experience of other cities. Why didn't any masked hero stand out? Chapter 135. Be careful and don't come out, Laurel whispered to Thea while she was secretly hating the fact that Star City didn't have a hero. After that, he didn't care about his weak strength anymore. He stood up fearlessly and shouted, "Stop!" For a moment, Laurel became the focus of everyone. Thea almost fainted. Sure enough, she wasn't a pure hero of justice. The valiant and high-spirited person next to her was. Thea looked at Laurel with disappointment. Could the self-defense fighting skills taught by your father be enough to deal with these 3 gangsters? Why didn't you think carefully before jumping out? This was too brainless. No wonder the villains were so good at scheming against the heroes. They were all led into a ditch by the righteous heroines. She certainly couldn't watch Laurel get beaten into a sieve. She was a friend. If she didn't have the ability, she could only take the blame for her. She didn't expect that today she would enjoy the treatment of a male protagonist. She cursed in her heart and grasped the fork in her hand, ready to take the initiative and kill the bearded man. When the bearded man saw that it was Laurel, the blonde beauty, he turned around and showed a wretched smile to his two subordinates. He took away the pistol aimed at the waiter and pointed it at Laurel. "Beauty, are you talking to me? Can you shout a little louder?" After saying that, he straightened his back a few times and laughed loudly in the midst of his subordinates jeering. The scum! Thea shifted her gaze from his eyes to his mouth. She would use this fork to teach him how to speak. Laurel wasn't the future Black Canary. At this time, she had just graduated from university and started working. It could be said that she was a very immature newcomer. Facing a gangster with a gun, her legs unconsciously trembled. But she still held on and looked at the bearded man without showing any weakness. The bearded man was a little dissatisfied when he didn't panic like he had imagined. He was ruthless in his heart and was ready to fire at Laurel. Now was the time. Thea was ready to strike, but just as the fork was about to leave her hand, her powerful spiritual power sensed the abnormality, and she couldn't help but withdraw it. A dark black arrow pierced into the bearded man's shoulder. The shot that was originally aimed at Laurel was unexpectedly off target. Who was it? Nowadays, other than her, there were other people who used bows and arrows. Sia hurriedly looked in the direction where the arrow had come from. She almost bit her tongue when she saw it. The newcomer was of medium build. He was dressed in black and wore a black hat that covered most of his face. He stood on the wall like a recluse, holding a black recurve bow that Thea was very familiar with. Why would he come to save Laurel? However, upon closer inspection, the man's attire was slightly different from old Ma's. He wasn't wearing the traditional black combat suit of the League of Assassins. Instead, he seemed to be wearing a black leather suit that was specially made. The man in black seemed to be very nervous. After making eye contact with Thea, he hurriedly looked away and shouted to the two girls, "Run!" The bearded man was shot by an arrow. He panicked and ordered his subordinates to open fire. At this time, the subordinates also saw the man in black and fired a rain of bullets at him with their automatic rifles. Then, under Thea's horrified gaze, the man in black was hit by a stray bullet and fell from the corner of the wall. Oh, this guy definitely was an old Ma. The distance was more than 100 meters. If he had a little bit of experience in dodging, he wouldn't have been hit. But whether or not he was one of them, Thea couldn't just watch him be killed. She swung her hand and hit the bars light with the fork. Using a gun would easily expose her identity. The smoke would cause a reaction, and the bullet traces would be easily exposed. The fork was fine. She wasn't afraid of leaving fingerprints on it. Then, Thea grabbed Laurel, who was slow to react, and ran out in the midst of the chaos. When passing the corner, she looked around and saw that there were no surveillance cameras. Under the cover of the night, she created a clone to rescue the man in black who was shot. The clone had the skills of the original body. Using the black fog to cover the original face, she grabbed the man in black and ran to the side under the gaze of a few scattered onlookers. When she came to a place where no one was around, she took off the hood of the man in black. Although she was somewhat mentally prepared, when she saw his face clearly, her doppelganger Sia still laughed out loud. "Isn't this my brother, Tommy? This guy seems to have improved a little from old Ma's training. Looking at his appearance, is he determined to be the second generation of the Black Arrow?" She rolled her eyes and guessed the truth. This guy has been secretly protecting Laurel for most of the day. In fact, he didn't want to come out. He just saw that Laurel was in a critical situation today and decided to help. What a love-struck man. Looking at his injury, Thea saw that the bullet hole was in his lower abdomen. There were no conditions for surgery nearby, so she could only carry him back to her secret base. Fortunately, Felicity wasn't here recently, so she didn't have to say much. The next step was the familiar process of disinfection and anesthesia, removing the bullet and stitching it up. Thea looked at her brother, a rookie hero who jumped out to save the damsel in distress. She didn't know what to say. If she wasn't here tonight, this rookie would have been killed by a few hooligans. Old Ma would go crazy if he knew the truth. He sighed as he put on the boy's jacket. After a few months of training, the boy had lost a lot of weight. Although he hadn't reached the level of training like Oliver, who used the salmon ladder every day, he still had a bit of manliness. "Who are you?" Tommy lost a lot of blood and his consciousness was a little blurry. He only saw a black shadow in front of him treating him. He immediately grabbed Thea's arm. Thea could be regarded as one of the top martial artists in the world. How could she be easily caught by him? But she was afraid of aggravating his wound, so she didn't struggle. To be honest, she scratched her head at his question. After thinking about it, she decided to continue to hide it. She was afraid that he would ask more questions, so she casually talked to him in Chinese. In the ears of Tommy, who didn't even graduate from primary school, it became %2 and M# and what the hell? He didn't give up and wanted to continue to find out more about Thea. Then the two of them talked nonsense for a long time. In the end, the conversation ended with Tommy completely losing consciousness. Thea wiped the non-existent sweat on her forehead. It wasn't easy to fool people. She picked up Tommy's bow and looked at it. It was the same bow as Old Ma's, but the tension was weaker. He was her son after all. When she graduated, she didn't give him any souvenirs except for slapping her own face. She automatically ignored the fact that she had stabbed her own father in the waist. She also forgot about the necklace and whatnot. While Tommy was unconscious, she carefully felt his blood. Except for the blood relationship between them, she couldn't feel anything else. It didn't feel like her blood was boiling. It seemed that not everyone could awaken the blood. Thea didn't know whether she should feel lucky or sad. Since the blood of the Merlin family gave her a place in the future, she had the obligation to protect the safety of the father and son. Chapter 136. Silently feeling the ties of kinship, Sia left a hint in Tommy's mind that he should leave the secret base directly after waking up and forget everything here. Fearing that it would cause pressure on his brain nerves, she used very little magic power. After checking that there was no problem, she took the initiative to deactivate the avatar. At this time, Sia was running with Laurel. This big sister really had the potential to be a hero. She had 2 Ds and wore high heels. Although she was a bit embarrassed, she still kept up with Sia's speed. "Okay, let's take a break." Thea saw that Laurel was exhausted and gradually stopped. Since she ate the green fruit given by the swamp monster, her lungs were very strong. At this speed, she could run for a whole day without feeling tired. Laurel was out of breath. When she heard that Thea was going to take a break, she didn't sit down immediately. Instead, she looked back and was relieved when she saw that there were no pursuers. "Thea, you have good stamina." After resting for a while, the observant Laurel immediately noticed that something was wrong. She was so tired that her tongue was hanging out, but Thea next to her looked like nothing had happened. Thea could only change the topic to her regular exercise and family inheritance. Olivier's body was so strong that it was inherited from his parents. She gave Laurel a knowing look. At this time, Laurel had sobered up and was not as bold as before. She didn't understand that these two aspects were actually not the same thing. She nodded a little embarrassedly and changed the topic. The two women talked about the recent security issues in Star City. At this time, Thea's avatar returned to her original body and she understood what had happened. "Do you know who shot that arrow?" Thea lowered her voice, as if there was a big secret hidden in it. Laurel's eyes were a little strange. "How would I know? I didn't see anything clearly. I only remember that I was scared, and then the bearded man suddenly fell to the ground. After that, it was pitch black and you pulled me out." Laurel crossed her arms and looked up at a 45-degree angle to think about the truth. This was the true female lead at work. After being rescued by a hero, her curiosity had reached the limit. She had to find out who the masked hero was. After that, she would court death in all sorts of ways. Among the more representative characters were Louise Ryan, Ayers West, and so on. Thea glanced at the deep cleavage that was squeezed out by her arms. Was this a demonstration? There was only one truth. "I won't tell you. You can take your time to guess." The next day, Thea accompanied her mother for another day. She greeted her mother and arrived at the Merlin group in the evening. "Hi, Thea." Tommy, who was sitting outside the CEO's office, saw her enter. Although he was listless, he still greeted her. Thea scanned her brother with her psychic power. Well, he had recovered well. The small part of her psychic power that she had left before had completely dissipated. It either worked or was wiped out by a higher level of power. Thea felt that it was the former. "Why are you in such a bad state?" she asked knowingly. Tommy looked a little embarrassed and said that he didn't have a good rest. Thea didn't treat herself as an outsider at all. She leaned on his desk and asked, "What's going on between you and Laurel?" "I talked to her a lot yesterday." They did talk a lot, but most of the content was not suitable for children. Tommy didn't know that his dark history was in the hands of the unscrupulous black-hearted girl. When he heard her talk about his girlfriend, he remembered the conversation between Malcolm and his father when he knew that he was going to be a hero. Old Ma's meaning was very straightforward. If you want to be a hero, you can go ahead, but you have to be prepared for the people close to you to be hurt. If you don't prepare anything before killing your way out, then you can only wait to regret it and hammer yourself in the balls. As Oliver's good friend, the two had certain similarities. Whether it was the fact that they both liked Laurel, a woman of infinite justice, or the spirit of sacrificing themselves for the greater good, they both made the same choice, which was to stay away from their loved ones. Thinking of this, he looked at the graceful Thea in front of him. He didn't know the truth, but he secretly sighed that his friend's sister was getting more and more beautiful. It could be said that he had never seen such a beautiful sister in his life. In order not to implicate others, he had to stay away. "I'm going to take care of something. Take a seat first." He didn't wait for Thea to respond. He picked up the documents on the table and walked out. His abnormal behavior stunned Thea. The relationship between the two shouldn't be so cold. Why did he have such a big reaction when she mentioned Laurel? Or was there a problem with the hinting spell last night? Under the inertia of thinking, she thought that there was a problem with the spell, but she didn't delve deeper into the problem. She shook her head and put her thoughts aside. Today, she came to see Tommy on the way. Her main purpose was to find Malcolm. When she arrived at the door, she used her power of the will to search around. There was no abnormality, so she pushed the door open and walked in. "What a rare guest. What can I do for you?" Malcolm was leisurely making tea. When he saw her come in, he poured another cup and beckoned her to sit down. Thea considered her words and took out the necklace around her neck. "This is what you gave me." Malcolm thought that she was going to return it to him, so he quickly said with a smile, "It matches you very well." Of course it matches. Thea had already checked that Malcolm didn't have the basic requirements for blood awakening. Returning the necklace to him was like throwing money into the water. The level of this magic equipment was beyond her imagination. After studying it day and night, she only understood the first 7 inscriptions. She couldn't deduce any more with her own strength, so today's trip to the Merlin group was the reason why she came here. "Do you know the origin of this necklace? Or how it came to be in your hands? Can I ask?" Malcolm's pupils unconsciously shrank. This topic was a little out of his expectations. But he didn't take it seriously. He laughed in his heart that Thea was still young and impatient. He slowly poured the tea. "Is there a problem with this thing? Don't worry, drink the tea and tell me slowly." How should she put it? Thea thought for a long time but didn't know how to start. It seemed that she had to reveal some of her trump cards. Before she came, she had thought about this problem. She had dragged Solomon Grundy for several hours during the battle in Gotham. There were thousands of witnesses, and most of them were Malcolm's eyes and ears. She had to tell the truth. Fortunately, although Malcolm was a bad person, he had a good character and was not heartless. He was still very good to his children. In the original plot, he smiled and generously faced death for Thea. From a father's point of view, he was far more humane than heroes like Oliver Diggle. Thea shook her shoulder, and a big change took place right in front of Malcolm's eyes. A translucent figure walked out from her shadow. In less than a second, the facial outline of the figure gradually became clear. Malcolm was holding a cup of tea full of the aura of a master. When he suddenly saw 2 Thea standing in front of him, he couldn't help but spit out the tea in his mouth. "What's going on?" Old Malone didn't care about his appearance anymore. He stood up in a panic and looked at the shocking scene in front of him. This is the adventure I had in Gotham. This is why I came to find you. The two Thea spoke one after another. Their voices, intonations, and temperaments were exactly the same. Malcolm couldn't believe his eyes. He stared hard for a long time, but he couldn't see what kind of trick it was. Chapter 137. Thea retracted her doppelganger and tried to hold back her laughter. She then told him what had happened. Of course, her story was 70% true and 30% false. She only mentioned that she had been chased by Grundy all over the streets and that she had suddenly awakened some of her abilities. The memories deep in her bloodline told her part of the reason. Merlin? Malcolm murmured the name that he was very familiar with. It was as if he had been living in the slums for 30 years and suddenly received a notice that his house was going to be demolished. Excitement, confusion, and surprise were mixed together. Malcolm, who had always lived by the principle of calmness, was scared out of his wits. Can I have this kind of ability too? Malcolm, who was extremely thirsty for power, held back and asked his question. Thea had expected this question. She believed that any man would have some expectations of supernatural abilities, let alone this man who had been traumatized. If she said that he had no ability, he would have no chance in this lifetime. Go play with your bow and arrow. Of course, she couldn't say this directly. Family ties needed to be protected. She couldn't just talk nonsense. Besides, Thea didn't know if he could awaken his bloodline. Just because she couldn't feel it didn't mean that it didn't exist. Just like in the cultivation world, she was considered to have above-average double spiritual roots. She could build her foundation with a little luck. Old Ma and Tommy were similar to mixed spiritual roots. It was extremely difficult for them to cultivate. However, it wasn't impossible. It was just that she didn't know the method. She couldn't let him down. Thea considered her words carefully. I'm not sure. The memories in my bloodline are too little. I don't even know the basics. I can only say that there's hope. Malcolm spun a few rounds on the spot and pointed at the necklace in her hand. What's the effect of this thing? Or what did you discover? Thea was very proud when she mentioned this. She had at least figured out a small part of it. According to what I know, the world is composed of 4 elements: earth, fire, water, and wind. After the creation of the world, light and darkness were added. This necklace contains the power of wind and water. My personal attribute is more towards fire and wind, so I can only decipher the content of wind. Malcolm crossed his arms and listened to her talk with drooping eyelids. Wasn't the material world made of atoms? Won't your physics teacher beat you to death? But considering the frightening cloning technique just now, he didn't say anything and waited for her to continue. The main bloodline of the Merlin family is of the wind attribute, so this part is explained most clearly in the memories. I'll let you experience it. Thea grabbed the necklace with her left hand and drew a complicated inscription in the air with her right hand. The spell's complexity was beyond her ability. It took her 30 seconds to complete the 7 runes. Her mana was depleted in an instant, and this was with the help of the necklace's mana. Her current mana accumulation was far from enough to cast this spell by herself. Malcolm looked at the green wind around Thea's finger. Before he could ask, Thea pointed at him from afar. Pale green energy instantly surrounded him. If he didn't know that Thea wouldn't harm him, he would have jumped up. He raised his hands and looked at the translucent light that flashed across his arms. Is this magic? That's nothing. Sia laughed mischievously. Wind walking spell. Take 2 steps and experience it. The serious-looking old Ma turned a blind eye to her teasing and took a step forward in what he thought was a steady manner. Bang! Malcolm's step didn't hurt his balls, but his steps were lighter than expected. His left foot stepped on air. In order not to embarrass himself in front of his daughter, he used all his strength and tried to regain his balance with his right foot. However, the bad thing was that he didn't manage to control his balance. Like a rocket, he crashed into the ceiling 5 meters above the ground, making a loud, dong sound. Malcolm rubbed his head and felt that his face was distorted by the pain. Looking at Thea, who was happily beating the floor, he felt depressed. Fortunately, he was indeed extraordinary. After moving around a few times in the room, he gradually familiarized himself with the changes in his body. So light I can barely feel the weight of my body. At this time, he was running quickly in the spacious CEO's office, occasionally running a few steps on the wall. This was something he couldn't do before. This made him yearn for this power more and more. How long does the spell last? Old Ma ran happily, a smile appearing on his usually gloomy face. This speed is too slow. Won't you go crazy if you see the flash? Thea expressed her disdain for her father's curiosity. It works on me for about half an hour. I don't know if it works on you. Why is there a difference? Old Ma couldn't help but think. Could it be that his talent was particularly poor, so the consumption of magic was high? In fact, his guess was not far from the truth. Thea didn't prepare to explain it in detail. She vaguely said that the spell was like this and that if he was angry, he could bite it. 15 minutes. Thea observed that the green light on Malcolm's body had completely disappeared. It seemed that the spell's duration would be reduced by half when it was used on someone other than the original body. Thea naturally went into today's main topic. I'm not here to ask you to perform. Do you have any specific clues about the Merlin family? Do you have any records about the inheritance? Malcolm was more anxious than Thea after experiencing the wonders of magic firsthand. He racked his brains. Did his father, who had died 30 years ago, and Thea's grandfather, who she had never met, tell him anything before he left? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. When his father died, it was during the Cold War. The American economy was in a slump, and Thea's grandfather only taught him the craft of shoe repair. He didn't care about it at all. After that, he went to sea. Damn, would there be any clues about the inheritance? He vaguely remembered that the old man gave him a shoe repair kit, and then he died. It had been 30 years, who knew where it was? Thea watched Malcolm's face turn from red to green, and then from green to black. She was afraid that he would go crazy and interrupt his train of thought. You have to think further. When did the Merlin family arrive in Star City? Did you have any relatives before that? Can you contact them? Her barrage of questions brought Malcolm back to reality as he tried to figure out where the shoe repair box was. He didn't care about this problem at all. God knew how many relatives he had. How many in America? There were at least tens of thousands of them. What about Europe? He could only say that there were more. After thousands of years, the amount of work to find people was too much. Seeing Malcolm lowering his head and pondering, Thea was secretly pleased. A lot of work was right. She didn't want him to think about sabotaging every day. She couldn't let him ruin her mother's political achievements. This was the same as dealing with Batman. She gave him something to do to prevent him from thinking too much. Batman used responsibility to restrain him, and Malcolm used power to tempt him. She didn't know how effective it was, but at least they were all hooked. Chapter 138. Then Thea began, carefully pondering over her words. What else? Old Ma's head was now full of clues, such as genealogy, birth certificates, and so on. He could not wait to break into the National Immigration Administration and retrieve all the files since the founding of the country. When he heard that there was more, he thought it was about clues and listened attentively. You know that I've seen Talia, right? I got the news from her that the ninja master's purpose of taking you in was not simple. Thea would certainly not say that she knew the future plot, so she conveniently put the blame on Talia. Anyway, she was hiding deep in the mountains and forests, and old Ma would not go to her door to ask for confirmation. When he heard the name of the ninja master, Malcolm's expression was a little unnatural, but he still forced a smile and said, "This is Talia's way of getting someone else to do her dirty work." She was afraid that the master would find trouble with her, so she used the scheme of diverting the trouble. Humph, Thea, you fell for it. This was the bad thing about bad people. They thought that everyone had a conspiracy and were too paranoid. Thea could only give him another strong dose of medicine. In this world, there are wives and husbands who die young every day. Why didn't the ninja master find someone else and choose you? He saw that you were pleasing to the eye and cultivated you wholeheartedly without asking for anything in return. Don't you think there's something wrong with this? Thea's words instantly broke through Malcolm's defenses. He subconsciously did not think there was anything wrong with this, but her words stabbed into his mind like a sharp sword. Ah, Malcolm only felt a splitting headache. Countless thoughts rushed into his mind, and large pieces of memory fragments were constantly reorganized and shattered. A large number of sealed memories rushed into his mind. In order to support himself, he could only hold on to the desk with trembling hands to prevent himself from falling. "What's going on?" I just said it casually. "Why is there such a big reaction?" Thea was confused. She wanted to help, but she really did not understand what was going on. She could only watch from the side worriedly. After a full half an hour, Malcolm's tightly knitted brows finally relaxed. He let out a long breath and said, "This old man, he plotted against me. The ninja master. He had hypnotized me a long time ago. No wonder I didn't think of such an obvious flaw." Malcolm tore off his tie angrily as he panted heavily. Thea finally understood. This was obviously done by the ninja master many years ago. It was similar to how she used magic to brainwash Catherine and Valky. However, she used magic, but she didn't know what he used. "Then do you still remember your previous experience? Why haven't you noticed the problem after all these years?" "I only remember that I was very vigilant at first, but there was a lot of incense in his room, and the smell was really intoxicating. I don't know when it started, but I relaxed, or should I say, I automatically ignored some of the abnormalities. Damn it, that old bastard. Bullman." Malcolm was constantly correcting his own memory. Many of the words he felt were inaccurate, so he kept correcting them. When he finally mentioned the ninja master, his lips began to tremble uncontrollably. He thought of Window as some old thief and cursed him. "You're not angry at him for brainwashing you. You're angry because you've been plotting and scheming for half your life, only to find out that you've always been tricked by someone else." Thea had recently read a lot of psychology books because of the suggestion spell. Based on the summary of various clues, she could analyze old Ma's current state of mind. The ninja master's method was not difficult to guess. It was nothing more than drug relaxation and forced brainwashing in the depths of one's mind. The truth-telling serum was widely used in modern medicine, but it was now widely used by Secret Service organizations. The old man who had lived for 800 years must have a stronger serum in his hands. Thea waited for him to gradually calm down. "Do you still remember what he did to you?" Malcolm thought for a full 5 minutes before he said with uncertainty, "I don't think there's anything special about it. When we first arrived in Nandarbart, he handed me his sword and asked me to cut my palm and swear to join him. At that time, I didn't know any martial arts, and I only felt dizzy. I always thought it was because I had never seen blood before. Could it be?" As Malcolm continued to recall the details, old Ma's eyes grew bigger and bigger. Many clues that he had ignored in the past surfaced. With his intelligence, he immediately found the problem. As he paced around the office, he recalled all the details one by one. "That sword of his, other than when I joined the gang, has never been unsheathed. Usually, he only uses ordinary weapons for practice. I always thought that he valued my identity as a billionaire." Thea whistled softly. That sword seemed to be very powerful. It was hard to tell whether it was a magical weapon, but it was definitely not an ordinary one. In the original plot, Thea was also stabbed by this sword, and then her talent plummeted. Should she take revenge? But when she thought of the ninja master's unfathomable strength, she shook her head. She still needed to think at length. Malcolm had recovered some of his former vigor. Was my bloodline destroyed or taken away by him? This was the question he was most concerned about now. Although he already had the answer in his heart, he still wanted to confirm it with Thea. Seeing that he was going to be more and more miserable in the future, the answer was inevitable. But this could not be said directly. Thea still had to give him some hope. "My talent allows me to summon an exclusive unicorn from the upper space. As long as the unicorn reaches adulthood, I can merge with it. After that, I can use a lot of light spells and a lot of healing spells. I don't know how effective it is, but it should be able to repair the damage." Thea's words were so ambiguous that Malcolm felt as if his worldview had collapsed the entire night. What kind of nonsense was this? Unicorn? Anyway, his worldview had already collapsed, and he was not afraid to be more shattered. He asked, Can you summon it for me to see? Could she summon it at night? Thea had never tried it before. With an experimental mentality, she summoned it once. The little unicorn, who used to be at her beck and call, only appeared in front of the two after a full 5 minutes of white smoke. Feeling the discomfort of the night, it sent Thea a message that it was not in a good mood. Sia hugged the unicorn and gestured to Malcolm. Recently, she had been helping Moira with the election every day, participating in all kinds of square activities and civic gatherings. Sia had been basking in the sun a lot. At this time, the little unicorn had grown a lot and was no longer the size of a palm. Sensing its displeasure, Sia could only hug it with both hands as if she was coaxing a child. Sensing that there were outsiders nearby, the little unicorn poked its head out of Thea's arms and saw Malcolm not far away. But. It spat fiercely at Malcolm, who had a dark expression on his face. Thea laughed awkwardly and quickly comforted the cute pet. She sent the little unicorn back to the different space under Malcolm's gradually darkening face. Chapter 139. Malcolm's face was extremely ugly. He pointed at the place where the little unicorn disappeared and asked softly, "My bloodline can't summon this guy, right?" Thea shook her head. Getting a different answer from everyone, Old Ma breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want such a stupid thing to follow him every day. A little girl might think it was cute, but he, a man in his late 50s, couldn't stand it. It was too weird. If he had to summon such a thing every time he fought, he would rather continue to practice archery than have this bloodline. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Thea spread out her hands. As you can see, it's still young. It will take at least 2 years to reach adulthood. Whether or not it can repair the bloodline can only be determined by then. The unicorn was not just young, it was too young. 2 years was under the premise that Thea risked her life to bask in the sun. Of course, there was not only one way to become stronger. She could continue to dig deeper into the power of the bloodline and increase the speed of purification. She could also absorb more sunlight per unit of time and increase the efficiency of conversion. Fortunately, she was now somewhat similar to Superman. She couldn't get tan no matter how much she basked in the sun. With this kind of physique, as long as she persevered, there would be a day when she would succeed. Basking in the sun was relatively reliable. She just had to find a beach and lie there. Whether it was the Quinn Group or the Owl Court, they both controlled a lot of private beaches. Absorbing moonlight was a pain in the ass. Who would lie outside in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? It was too illogical. Anyone would be able to see that there was something wrong with you, or that you were a little crazy. Thea scratched her head at the thought of strengthening in this aspect. She threw a basket of problems to Old Ma. These were long-lasting troubles that would take him 8 to 10 years. Presumably, he didn't have time to think about the plan to destroy the slums in Star City. Thea told him not to let everyone know and attract the attention of the ninja master. She walked out of the Merlin group while humming a song. Malcolm watched Thea walk slowly into the elevator and disappear from his sight. Originally, he wanted to destroy the slums because he had no goal in life and purely to vent his anger. But now, Sia had thrown him a big pie, and the conceited Roland's desire for power once again crept into his heart. Especially when he learned that he was tricked by the ninja master like a fool, this made him furious. Ninja master? He whispered the name that terrified him. He knew that he was suppressed in all aspects, be it martial arts, intelligence, or intelligence. He said that Thea was a natural warrior, but wasn't he the same? He was a lone wolf. Even if he was facing a lion, he would still dare to take a bite out of it. He had founded the Merlin Group on his own. At first, the group operated shipping. Today, the entire group had transport points and storage centers in 23 ports in the world. It could be said that his intelligence network was not inferior to anyone else's. However, this task was also extremely difficult. For thousands of years, there was no family planning in Europe and America. Children were born freely. Now, it was really unknown how many direct descendants there were. Those who kept the surname Merlin were easy to find, but what about those who changed their surname midway? Their descendants would be cut off, but what about those who handed over their inheritance to outsiders? The situation was too complicated. There were too many variables. Rubbing his temples, Malcolm looked outside the CEO's room. Tommy still hadn't come back. Malcolm didn't want to talk to his son about what happened today. Besides, he also felt that his son wasn't very capable. His only merit was his diligence. It wouldn't be good for him to come into contact with these things too early. He couldn't count on the father-son pair. Thea was right to remind him to be careful. This meant that he would have to spend a lot of energy to handle this matter personally. He couldn't use his subordinates, so he could only rely on a few of his confidants and himself to investigate in secret. Thinking of this, even a strong-willed person like Malcolm was a little shaken. The workload was so huge. Could it be done in 10 years? He didn't know that his father had suffered a psychological damage, but his indomitable willpower had saved him. Thea was happily packing her luggage. She had already reported to Moira. Of course, she didn't say that she was going to find her brother. Her excuse was that she was going to Hong Kong for a vacation. Whether it was bringing Oliver back or rescuing Shadow Yao Dong, it would take a lot of effort. Oliver was such a stubborn person that it would be difficult to convince him if she didn't reveal her identity. As for Slade Wilson, nicknamed Death Knell, and the guy who killed Moira in the future, Thea didn't know how to treat him. Oliver regarded him as a close friend. The two of them had been entangled in a feud for 10 years. In the end, they still couldn't settle it. Although her mother was alive and well, Thea was still very unhappy with him. For some reason, Oliver had almost forgiven him. However, she was a woman, and she had inherited old Ma's protective personality. How could he expect to have a peaceful ending after hurting her family? Although he hadn't done anything evil yet, she would leave him to fend for himself on the island. In addition, there was a magical equipment on the island that was worth her time. She remembered that in the 4th year of the original plot, Constantine found it with Oliver's help. It was an ancient Egyptian treasure, the Orb of Horus. Although she didn't understand how an Egyptian magical equipment came to the East, Thea believed that if Zach Kong was interested in it, it must be something good. As for the evil god statue that Damien Dark got later, Thea politely declined. It was useless. The statue had magic power, but it was useless without it. It was too trashy. As long as she pulled Green Arrow away, the statue would stay in the cave obediently. There was no need for her to touch it. The location of Purgatory Island in the TV series was vague. It said that it was in the North China Sea, but the map showed that it was in the east of Honshu, Japan. They were about to reach the Kamchatka Peninsula. How could it be in the China Sea? The news media must be stirring up trouble for some ulterior motive. Then they said that it was in the South China Sea, on the route from Germany to Hong Kong, and that they were going to set up some kind of missile interceptor. The information was so confusing that no matter how good one was in geography, they wouldn't be able to figure out where it was. Thea had done her homework. She checked the location of the Queen's crash and checked the hydrology and ocean currents at the time. She barely managed to draw a rough area. She ordered the Court of Owls to prepare a helicopter for her in Hong Kong. She learned how to pilot all kinds of modern equipment from Batman. Although she wasn't proficient, flying safely wasn't a problem. Moira was also somewhat immune to her running around the world. If you want to go, then go. Thea checked in her weapons and arrived in Hong Kong on time that night. The familiar Chinese characters, the familiar skin color, but the person was no longer the same person. Thea wanted to find Yao Fei's other daughter, Yao Mei, but the court's influence here was weak, and the few contacts were not very effective. Thea could only give up and let Shadow find Yao Mei herself. She vaguely remembered that the Sky's Eye Society had a huge base here. Thea was very low-key and didn't attract anyone's attention. That night, she flew a specially prepared helicopter into the vast South China Sea. Chapter 140. There were as many small islands in the South China Sea as there were stars in the sky. It was too difficult to find them. Thea's actions could not be exposed. She was limited by fuel. For the first 2 days, she had to return to the port on time, whether it was refueling, accommodation, or comfort in the city. For the next 2 days, she was too lazy to fly back and forth. She added 2 more fuel tanks. During the day, she hid on the island to bask in the sun. She summoned the little unicorn to keep a lookout and went out to look for people at night. She had to avoid the patrol boats, fishery administration boats, and maritime boats on the sea. It was very tiring. I'm so sleepy. Miss Xia wandered around like a thief every night, so she was naturally lethargic during the day. Looking at the little unicorn running around with its 4 little hooves in the distance, the unicorn was very satisfied with the fresh air and sunshine on this island and had a lot of fun. Thea suddenly thought of a problem. She said in her heart in a tone of seduction, "Come here, come here." Theoretically, they could communicate with each other without any problems. However, the little unicorn was too young now. It could only convey some thoughts like it was hungry and comfortable. Thanks to the strong sun these days, the little unicorn had grown bigger. If it used to be the size of a palm, it was now the size of a foot. The little unicorn jumped happily in front of Thea. It thought that she was going to give it something to eat. This little guy was not picky. 2 days ago, it ate the squid Thea bought at a roadside stall in Hong Kong happily. Looking at the little unicorn who was shaking its head and wagging its tail to flatter her, Thea rolled her eyes. She quickly grabbed the little unicorn's 2 front paws and lifted it up. Her eyes quickly scanned its lower body. It's a little princess. That's good. If it's a male, it'll be awkward to put it together. The little unicorn kicked her with its 2 hind legs. However, it was too far away and could not do any damage. Thea quickly put it down before it was about to spit. She also stroked its mane. Whether it was useful or not, it was at least comforting. After confirming its gender, the rest was easy. I should give you a name, Thea thought while touching her chin. What? You have a name? No, I have to give you a name. Thea declared her sovereignty domineeringly, but she couldn't think of a good name because of her difficulty in naming. So, my daughter, the day you were born, the entire Lordaeron forest whispered the same name. Arthas. What do you think of this name? Are you happy? Thea couldn't think of a better name even after racking her brains. She slapped her thigh and decided to use this name. Ignoring the little unicorn's objections, he grabbed it up and threw it into the air twice. That was the end of the naming ceremony. She decided to let it play by itself. Xia found a place with plenty of light and continued to sleep. Day and night, night and day. Hard work paid off. Xia finally saw the large island in front of her at dawn on the 7th day. It's really hard to find. No one told me that there are such thick clouds around this broken island. Thea was a little depressed. She had flown over this area before, but the thick fog made her automatically ignore it. It wasn't until this morning that she found traces of the island under the fog. The half-moon-shaped island was densely covered with primeval forests. In the center of the island was a watchtower built by the ancient Han people. On the south side was a ditch, where the submarine from the Foot Basin country in World War II crashed into the rocks. She repeatedly compared it with her memory. This should be it. Thea had no intention of getting her hands on the biochemical drug Miraculou. She didn't need the power that sacrificed her rationality, but she didn't mind taking a few bottles back for research. That professor who was searching for the drug had a hole in his head. This was a drug from the Foot Basin country during World War II, 50 years after the present day. It wasn't that there weren't any scientists who were 50 years ahead of humanity, but they were few and far between. As for those people from the Foot Basin country, Thea didn't think they had the ability to do so. The tribunal's experiment on strengthening humans had some similarities with Miraculou. She would give them a bottle and see if they could learn from each other. Thea didn't fly over to look for them. The island was much bigger than she imagined, about the size of a second-tier city. Oliver thought that there were only a few of them on the island, but he was wrong. There were people who planted flowers, made medicine, dug holes, and searched for treasures on the island. There were thousands of mercenaries from all over the world. If you left today, I'd come back tomorrow. There was no free time at all. It was just that the island was too big, and no one would bump into each other. She lowered the altitude, found a small valley, and parked the helicopter. This time, she took out all her equipment. Not a single arrow was missing. Her mechanical arm had also been successfully developed. Relying on Batman's nanotechnology, the mechanical arm was usually worn as 3 accessories on her left arm. With a press of a switch, it could be armed in 1 second. At full power, it could carry 2 to 10 tons of force. The arm was made of hafnium metal. This metal was resistant to high temperature and wear. It could even withstand large-caliber bullets. It was a rare alloy used by the Federal Reserve for their vault doors. There were 3 sharp claws inside. They were made of titanium alloy and a small amount of carbon nitride. These 3 claws had kept the 50 scientists in Quinn's Applied Sciences department busy for a month. The results didn't disappoint Thea. After many rounds of experiments, she hadn't found any metal that she couldn't cut other than those white dwarfs and neutron stars. She packed her luggage and made some camouflage for the helicopter. Even if she was discovered, she could fly back with the skateboard. It was just not as comfortable as a plane. She flew onto the skateboard. If she didn't have magic, it would be difficult. But now, she only needed to use a tracking spell to find Oliver, who was connected to her by blood. So far, the magical guidance was faintly discernible. It could only mean that the distance between them was far beyond the limit of magic detection. It's in the west. After confirming repeatedly, Sia flew close to the ground and faced the distance. The sun gradually moved to the west. The afterglow of the setting sun was reflected in the clear lake. A man and a woman stood face to face. The man looked sad, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. The woman looked at him worriedly. There was some sympathy and love in her eyes. "I just feel that this island has made me very scary." The man's voice was low, and his tone was full of sadness. The woman thought for a moment. She scooped up a handful of water from the lake and smeared it between the man's eyebrows. "There is no island, no place, that can make you become what you don't want to be." But her words didn't dispel the man's discouragement. "So I've always been an assassin?" The woman organized her words. "Everyone has a demon in their heart. The Tao Te Ching talks about the relationship between yin and yang. We all have 2 opposing forces in our hearts. Darkness and light, assassins and heroes." After saying that, she touched the man's face. Her eyes were full of love. They didn't know that not far away, a muscular middle-aged man was watching them hug each other into the water. His eyes were full of struggle and unwillingness. Chapter 141. When Thea arrived, she happened to see this scene. She wasn't ready to act out the melodramatic reunion of the siblings. She wanted to test their abilities. She put on the hooded glasses. Although European and American face blindness was serious, and people wouldn't recognize her if she wore a pair of glasses like Superman or Supergirl, she still felt that it was not safe. She used the black fog to cover her face. It was hazy. Not to mention Oliver, who hadn't seen her for more than a year. Even old Ma wouldn't be able to recognize her now. "It doesn't look right. Be careful not to get a needle eye." Thea's long-range infrared glasses instantly found the middle-aged man peeping in the forest. Without alerting the 2 below, she circled half a circle behind the middle-aged man and mocked him maliciously. The muscular middle-aged man was the future Death Knell, the current Slade Wilson. He was half teacher and half friend to Oliver, who was fighting with a woman in the water. Just as he was burning with jealousy, he suddenly heard the words behind him. Without thinking, he turned around and slashed down. "Your swordsmanship isn't bad." Thea nodded. Slade wasn't a pure martial artist. He was a mercenary. His swordsmanship was simple and quick, fully displaying his own characteristics. His strength and speed combined with his height and arm length made this slash full of momentum and power. Even if Thea was given a sword to slash, she wouldn't be able to bring out the charm of this sword. Slade didn't reject firearms. He could combine pistols and rifles with traditional cold weapons. But now that he was in purgatory, there were no firearms. Fortunately, his cold weapons weren't weak. He was good at the Kali martial arts of the Philippines and had practiced this skill to the peak. His swordsmanship in Kali martial arts could only be considered average. It was still far from being profound. But this average swordsmanship was based on Slade's own understanding and rich experience. He could bring out 150% of it in battle. Thea was a little excited. With her current level of fighting skills, there weren't many who could be considered her opponent. She couldn't fly to Gotham every day to find Batman to practice. Today, she finally met this non-famous crosstalk actor, non-famous martial artist. She didn't use magic or mechanical arms. She only used her own martial arts to fight with him. Xianxia quickly dodged the attack, pulled out her sword, and stabbed at his throat with a backhand motion. Richard didn't expect this guy covered in black fog to be so strong and fast. He could only pull out the other long saber on his back and block the swift sword. "Who are you?" He was a little puzzled. How could there be such a powerful person on the island? Xianxia didn't pay any attention to him at all. The sword in her hand was like a snake as it pierced through several vital points on his body. Richard was a little annoyed that he didn't get the answer he wanted to hear. Taking advantage of his height and strength, he slashed left and right with his two swords and fought with Xianxia. Xianxia did not take the broad path of Batman. Of the 127 types of martial arts, she had only practiced a little more than 20. Although her IQ was considered top-notch, she had not reached the limits of human beings like Batman. Learning too much would only make her dizzy. Batman's method was only suitable for himself. Therefore, she had never practiced Richard's Kali martial arts. From the bottom of her heart, she looked down on the Philippines. What kind of top-notch martial arts could a broken country like that have? After exchanging a few blows, she relied on parrying to familiarize herself with his moves and to spy on Richard's flaws. As a veteran, Richard naturally knew what she was trying to do. However, it was not an exaggeration to say that he was old and strong. He used the entire set of swordsmanship back and forth twice. He had no intention of changing his moves. His two long sabers flew up and down, trying to finish off his opponent as quickly as possible. Xianxia found it funny. This set of swordsmanship was really ordinary. Even the creator of this set of swordsmanship was not as good as the current Richard. After all, this wasn't swordsmanship at first. It was a stick technique. In the remote forests of the Philippines, there was almost no iron or sticks could be seen everywhere. Long sabers? She could only laugh at that. Now, the two short sticks had been forcefully changed into dual sabers by Richard. The power had not decreased. Instead, it had multiplied. But that was it. After experiencing the Great Battle of Gotham and being taught by Batman, she was now considered a top fighter. Although her ranking was definitely not among the top few, seeing that Richard was only using the same few moves, Xianxia began to use her strong martial arts foundation and her advantage in agility. She dodged left and right, trying to disrupt Richard's rhythm. Although Xianxia's swordsmanship was superb, she quickly found a flaw. Richard used his left saber to protect himself, while his right saber slashed horizontally at Xianxia's neck. This move was actually quite clever. However, Filipinos were short, so it was very lethal. Richard was tall, so this slash was a little too high. Xianxia shrunk her neck and nimbly dodged the slash. Without waiting for him to put away his saber, she turned around and held her sword with both hands, aiming the blade at the body of the saber. With a light shout, her sword cut through his long saber. Richard's hands suddenly became empty. He knew he was in trouble. His opponent was too cunning. She had been holding her sword silently. Now, she suddenly attacked and caught him off guard. He saw Xianxia's wrist tremble slightly, and the sword made a half circle, stabbing towards his eyes. "Stop!" a woman shouted. Although her tone was urgent, the gentle and delicate feeling in her voice was still lingering. Xianxia had long noticed her and Oliver rushing over. Although the two of them had the elegance of a mad scholar from the Wei Jin dynasty, at least they knew what kind of environment they were in. On the other side, Slade was shouting as he fought. Although this was his personal fighting style, he also had the intention of calling for help to form a team to fight Xianxia. When the two heard the commotion, they didn't know if the fight was over. They hurriedly ran over. Seeing that Richard was about to die, Shadow Yao Dong shouted. She drew her bow and tried to rescue Richard by surrounding him. She wanted to equalize the situation first. Faced with an arrow that was inferior to her in terms of strength and speed, Xianxia smiled. She used the stab to cut, forcing Richard to retreat. Then, she turned around and aimed at the arrow. She reached out with her jade-white left hand and easily caught the arrow. "Who are you?" Shadow was in a sorry state. Her hair was wet, and she ran out in only her black underwear. She was a little worried about her mysterious opponent. Although she didn't know about the Assassin League, she had seen her father catch the arrow with her bare hands. She wondered if this person was her father's enemy. Xianxia looked at Shadow, who was only in her underwear, and found it funny. She couldn't help but glance at her little pigeon. Finally, she found someone younger than her. After all, she was surrounded by women like Laurel and Catwoman every day. Thea was under a lot of pressure. This girl in front of her had a well-proportioned body and smooth skin. How would she feel? She glanced at Oliver, who was beside her. To be honest, she was a little disappointed. Oliver's footsteps were sluggish, and his eyes were unfocused. Forget about the future Green Arrow, he couldn't even compare to Tommy, who was currently a rookie hero in Star City. Chapter 142. Actually, she had wronged Oliver. After all, Oliver had stayed on this lousy island for more than a year, spending every day with Yao Fei and Richard, the two old bachelors. Although he had practiced archery for a few days, as a young man, he had nowhere to vent his energy. Recently, old Yao had sadly passed away, and his beautiful daughter had come to teach Oliver archery. Although he felt a little sorry for old Yao's ardent expectations, it was always pleasing to see a beautiful lady replaced by a fierce old man. Not to mention such a gentle girl, even Oliver would get excited when he saw a sow. He felt that the heavens had not mistreated him. Today, he had suffered a bit of a blow, and Shadow had gone to comfort him. The two were on the same wavelength, and they were about to bond over the lake. Just as the water reached the canal and was about to flow, Shadow heard Richard shout. She hurriedly interrupted him, and the two hurried over to help. His mind was muddled, and his thoughts had not switched to the battle channel. He took out his pistol and assumed what he thought was a standard combat posture. He looked at Richard from the corner of his eye, waiting for his big brother to make a decision. Slade didn't hide anything from Sia. He gestured at the two of them to surround them. Sia felt that Shadow was only slightly stronger than the Union of Assassins, not to mention Oliver, who was a complete weakling. However, the three of them were still troublesome to deal with. Slade had a keen sense of the battlefield, and he was a rare master tactician. It would be embarrassing if he was countered by them. She looked at the time. It was time for the Een runes to recharge. She shook her shoulders. Under the three's shocked gazes, a clone that looked exactly like her walked out of the shadows. Thea threw the bow to the clone and pointed at Shadow and Oliver with her chin, implying that they were hers. The clone had her skills and thought process. She sighed, nocked an arrow, and shot at the dumbfounded Shadow. Let's continue. Thea didn't care if the three's jaws dropped. She picked up her sword and continued to beat Richard. Mutant. Although he had never seen it with his own eyes, he felt that the guy in front of him was very much like a legendary psychic because he had never heard of anyone who practiced martial arts and turned into two people. Thea did not deny it. Guess as you wish. If Olivier and Shadow asked, I would explain. But you? Forget it. No matter how hard Slide tried to defend himself, he had not been injected with Miraculu, so he was still in the normal range in all aspects. Against a technical grandmaster of combat like Thea, he was having a hard time. Although he looked mighty and loud, he was actually using up a lot of his stamina. Thea diverted a bit of her attention to the other side. Her doppelganger's archery skills completely suppressed Shadow's. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't want to hurt her, she would have killed her long ago. On the other side, Oliver held a gun and found that no one was paying attention to him. He looked at the battlefield uneasily and wanted to help, but he felt that the situation on both sides was quite dangerous, so he hesitated. Hit this. This is my real body. Slide, who was at a complete disadvantage, was still very clear-headed. Although he had never seen a doppelganger technique before, his intuition told him to make the right decision, as expected of the master tactician who almost defeated the Alliance. Thea couldn't help but admire him. It seemed that she shouldn't use this technique in front of the enemy next time. Facing Oliver's gun, she glanced at it indifferently. Although she was not afraid, she did not want to play dodging games. She loudly recited a famous saying from the Assassin League, "Guns are the toys of the weak." With a flick of her hand, she enveloped Oliver with dark mist. With the help of her recent diligent training, she could now cast this spell on her own, which originally required a dagger as a guide. With the help of the Een mark, she could cast it faster and more powerful. With the help of the Een mark, she could cast dark mist and suggestion instantly. However, if it was daytime, these two spells would be difficult to cast and their effects would be weakened. The ancients relied on the sky to make a living. Now, she could use spells according to the time. It was a rare thing. Anyone would panic when their vision suddenly turned pitch black, and Oliver was no exception. "I can't see." Slade was shocked and shouted, "Calm down, don't shoot randomly." He was the closest to Thea, and Oliver had aimed in this direction before. He was afraid that Oliver would shoot him carelessly. In fact, he had underestimated the future green arrow. Not to mention her combat ability, her psychological quality was already showing the essence of a hero. This was Oliver's first time coming into contact with magic. After the initial panic, he quickly calmed down. He moved back and forth a few steps, and found that his surroundings were still pitch black. He didn't know that Thea's magic had been slightly modified. Originally, it was cast at a fixed location, but now it was cast while attached to the enemy. The duration of the spell would be reduced by the target's body, but the effect was better. Hearing Slade's shout, Oliver also responded loudly, "I know, I won't move." At least there was something good about him. Thea's impression of her brother improved a little. "Since you're so calm, the next spell won't scare you, right?" Hopefully, Thea drew a few runes in the air with her left hand. She aimed at Oliver's black fog, and a black light shot out. This was the only spell she had memorized from the pile of parchments in the Arcana realm. It was supposed to be a targeted spell, but after considering her own situation, she changed it into black fog immobilization. She could use the black fog on the target for a second time. First, her mana consumption was reduced by more than half. Secondly, the new spell circuit only needed to slightly modify the black fog immobilization. It was safe, fast, and could unleash the effects of her Een runes. Seeing that her spell was finished, Thea opened her left hand, aimed at Oliver, and clenched it. "Ha!" Oliver, who was fumbling in the dark, found that he had regained his vision. He was secretly delighted. It was not a good feeling to be blind. He decided to stay away from the mysterious person. "I can't mess with you, so I'll hide, okay? I'll go help the little beauty shadow, okay?" But just as he was about to move, he was shocked to find that he couldn't move at all. Slade was about to call him over to help, but when he saw him gritting his teeth, he couldn't help but be stunned. Thinking of Sia's murmur just now, he was completely stunned. He was just a mercenary now, not a death knell in the future. With his knowledge, understanding people with superpowers was the limit. He had never even heard of a mage at a higher level, let alone seen one. This was the first time in his life that he had come into contact with a supernatural power. His hands and feet were in a mess, and Sia found an opening and knocked him to the ground. Just as he straightened his neck and was about to fight back, Sia hit him on the back of the neck with a karate chop. Phew! Now that this eyesore was taken care of, the rest was much easier. The doppelganger forced Shadow to retreat with 2 arrows. She handed the bow to the real body and disappeared like a shadow. Chapter 143. Hey! Shadow ran to Oliver's side and saw him posing like a statue in a temple. She was a little annoyed and pushed him with normal strength. She pushed him again, but he didn't move. She pushed him again. Clang. Oliver fell to the ground like a piece of wood. Thea felt a chill run down her spine. Is he going to get a concussion? It would be a loss for the Justice League if he became a retard. She quickly snapped her fingers and stopped the magic. Oliver felt like he was out of luck today. The goddess he admired was about to have sex with him, but he didn't get to have her. He was also blinded during the battle and became severely paralyzed. Finally, he was thrown to the ground by his goddess and almost threw up his dinner from last night. But at least he knew that there were enemies in front of him. He shouted Richard's name a few times, but there was no reply. He stood beside Shadow and looked at Thea in panic. "Oliver Quinn, do you want to go home? I can send you back." Thea didn't want to waste time talking nonsense with him. "If you can, you can. If you can't, you can continue to stay here." Thea was in a dilemma. She wasn't afraid of his poor martial arts skills. If Talia could teach him, she could teach him too. The key was his heart. He didn't have the awareness to be a hero. Yao Fei's first year of teaching was a complete failure. As long as she revealed her identity, he would definitely go with her. But was that really his true intention? If he didn't learn martial arts, even if he was a good-for-nothing for the rest of his life, Thea could take over his job. There were only a few villains in Star City. They could all be eliminated in a breath. But that wasn't the point. As his family, Thea didn't ask him to save people. She only asked him to save himself. But it was easier said than done. Plus, no one else could help him. She could only rely on him to walk out of the shadow between self-affirmation and self-denial. She couldn't find a few bad guys to torture him. As the saying went, if there's trouble, you have to fight. If there's no trouble, you have to create trouble. It would be better to leave him on Purgatory Island and continue on his original path of fate if he spent so much effort. Thea finished her question and stared at him silently, waiting for his answer. Oliver did not know that this question would decide his future. He was a little dumbfounded, but he was not stupid. He immediately reacted. You were sent by my family? Thea nodded and didn't say anything. I'm your family and I sent myself here. There's nothing wrong with what you said. Do I have such a fierce person in my family? Oliver turned his head to look at the unconscious Richard on the ground. Previously, he had thought that Richard was as swift as the wind and as ferocious as a tiger, and that he was about to become the world's #1 expert. Now, he had actually been defeated by an expert his family had found. This made him misjudge the Quinn family's background. Just as he was about to agree, he fell silent. Could he really pretend that nothing had happened and continue to be a playboy in Star City? Old Robert had given him a mission. Did he have the courage to cut off everything to complete it? I think. Oliver looked at Shadow, who was nodding at him. What about them? He asked. What about them? They are my friends, so they have to go with me. Thea pointed at Shadow. She can. She pointed at the unconscious Slade. He can't. But at this moment, Oliver felt a little puzzled. Thea thought for a moment and said vaguely, this person will cause you irreparable harm in the future. Do you still want to take him with you? If someone had said this to him before today, Oliver would have spat all over that person's face. However, Thea's spells had shocked him too much. His worldview was showing signs of shattering. He had no choice but to think carefully. However, Thea's words were too vague. How could it be irreparable harm? Was it wounds on his body or the death of his family? The range was too vague. Oliver thought for a long time but could not think of any harm. He thought back to the times when he had known and accompanied Slade. The two of them had been half teacher and half friend for more than a year. Slade was like an elder brother to him. Although he was very fierce, he had never hurt him. If you can't take him with you, I won't leave, Oliver said viciously. Oliver said fiercely. He even played a trick here. He thought that the other party was a hired thug and would at least give him some face. For the sake of the mission, the other party would definitely compromise, or at least discuss it with him, right? Unexpectedly, Sia nodded. All right, let's do it this way. Oliver was dumbfounded. Why didn't you follow the script? Under Oliver's dazed gaze, the mysterious person looked at Shadow. What about you? Are you going to leave this island? I can send you to Hong Kong. Your sister is still waiting for you. In fact, Thea did not know who her sister was. She was just casually making up a story based on the TV series. Yao Mei. Thinking of her twin sister, Shadow wavered. However, when she saw Oliver's pitiful gaze, she cruelly rejected Thea's suggestion. Thea saw their little exchange of glances but did not mind. I'll stay on the island for a few more days. If you change your mind. On second thought, they would not be able to contact her even if they changed their minds. Thea felt that this was not a good act. I'll come back when you change your mind. With that, he threw out a Batman smoke grenade and quickly disappeared from their line of sight. Slade. When Oliver saw the mysterious person disappear, he hurriedly went to check on his brother, who was lying motionless on the ground. Unexpectedly, Richard didn't even need his help. With a pair of ferocious eyes, he sat up on his own. Although Thea's technique was fine, she had underestimated Slade's extraordinary physique. Even without the injection of Miraculu, his physique was at the limit of a human's. A karate chop that could knock a normal person out for half an hour woke him up in less than 10 minutes. He was just afraid of Thea's strength, so he had been playing dead on the ground. Kid, did your family send that guy? Although Slade wanted to find a lot of excuses, such as the fact that his opponent was an adept, he knew that even without these factors, he would not be able to defeat his opponent. If the two of them came at him together, he would be dead by now. However, his question was difficult for Oliver to answer. He had been away from home for more than a year. Even if Moira was here, she would not be able to answer. After all, this was an era where Superman was still searching for his own worth. There was no sign of the official alliance yet. Even a government organization like the Sky's Eye Society could not find a master like Thea. Oliver stammered and could not give a clear answer. Slade thought that he did not want to talk about it, so he snorted. He picked up his twin knives. One of them had been broken by Thea. He was even more annoyed. That guy should have a plane or a ship that can leave this island. Let's go find him. Slade, with a murderous look, said to his two companions. The two of them nodded in agreement. Chapter 144. Look for his tracks. Follow the footprints and you'll be able to find his means of transportation. If you don't take me with you, I'll make sure you die on this island. Slade said fiercely. It was obvious that he had heard most of their conversation. He did not believe Thea's words about the future at all. He only thought that it was an excuse not to take him with them. However, 20 minutes later, the experienced veteran Slade was a little dumbfounded. He could only find traces of their battle. Why were there no footprints? Could it be that a living person flew here? This was completely contrary to his past experience. The more he thought about it, the more he broke down. His already shattered worldview was now completely destroyed. After looking at it over and over again, it seemed that flying here was the only explanation that made sense. His malicious plan to seize the ship had been foiled before the first step could be carried out. This made Slade feel a little uncomfortable, but he still had a glimmer of hope that he could leave the island. He planned to discuss it with the other two to see if they had any ideas. Thea did not go far. She still had to see someone, or rather, pay respects to a loved one. She observed the movements of Oliver and the others and measured the ocean currents at the time of the accident. Finally, she found a shoal with rugged rocks. From time to time, there were seabirds searching for food in the shallow water. This is the starting point of everything. Thea got off the skateboard and walked slowly. He looked around and quickly found two mounds of rubble on one side of the high ground. The names Robert Quinn and Yao Fei were carved on the two wooden boards with sharp tools. Old Robert and Yao Fei were both buried here. Thea was a little sad. She took out a delicate bottle from her bag. Dad, I'm here to see you. This is the wine I stole from your study. I hope you... Thea was a little choked up as she spoke. She unscrewed the cap and slowly poured the wine on the grave. Although this way of paying respects was a little oriental, she could not find any canons or priests. She could only make do with it. As for moving him back to Star City, Thea had thought about it before. However, after some consideration, she gave up on the idea. Old Robert died with the desire to atone for his sins. He probably did not want to return to Star City, the city that brought him honor and shame. In the original drama, when Oliver returned to the city, he didn't mention anything about his father moving back to Star City. Presumably, he was thinking the same thing at that time. Thea sat on the ground and took a cup for herself. She poured some water on the grave and drank a cup herself. She was constantly immersed in the past. The bright full moon hung in the sky, and the bright moonlight shone on her body, making her battle suit even brighter. Drink with me? Thea had already taken off her hood, revealing her intoxicated face. She looked at the shade of a tree not far away with a playful expression. Shadow, who had been hiding behind the tree, had been here for a while. She first saw this mysterious man sitting in front of her father's grave and talking about something. She thought that it was an old friend of her father's, but not long after, she felt that something was wrong. This person either had bad eyesight, or the person she was talking to was not her father. Thea took off her hood. Under the moonlight, Shadow could see her side profile and where she was sitting. Shadow walked out of the shade and asked tentatively, "You are?" "Thea Quinn. You must have heard of me, right?" Even though Shadow had mentally prepared herself, she was still a little shocked. She covered her mouth and asked, "You're Oliver's?" "Yes, I'm his sister." Thea looked at the woman who had encouraged Green Arrow when he was at his lowest. She sighed. What a gentle woman. Shadow widened her eyes and looked at her. Are you kidding me? Is this how you communicate with your brother? Should I just beat him up without caring about anything else? Everything written in the books is true. The people of the United States are indeed living in an abyss of suffering. This billionaire family is indeed more complicated than our family of three. Thea saw the confusion in Shadow's eyes and guessed that she had misunderstood. What he needs now is not a family. He needs redemption. He needs to redeem himself. If he can get over it, he'll soar to the top. If he can't get over it, he'll achieve nothing. By the way, why are you here? Thea briefly told Shadow her thoughts. Halfway through, she remembered why she was here. This place was far from their current campsite. Of course, Shadow would not tell her that it was all because of what she said. Both Slade and Oliver had something on their minds. The campsite was too boring, so she came out for a stroll and ended up here by accident. Shadow walked to Thea and sat in front of Yao Fei's grave. 2 old men, 2 daughters. What a coincidence. Shadow thought that Thea would not understand her if she spoke in Chinese. She did not expect to meet a weirdo. Fate brings us together? But you know Chinese? Shadow was shocked. Based on her understanding of Oliver's family, his family would not be exposed to Chinese. She felt a little embarrassed that her secret was exposed. Thea was amused when she saw Shadow's expression change from gentle to angry. She thought to herself, this is nothing. You haven't met Master Bruce. He can even sing Boundless Sea and Sky in Cantonese. Since they both knew Chinese, communication was much smoother. Shadow had to take care of Slade and Oliver, who were illiterate, every day. It was hard for her to speak English. The 2 women were on a deserted island. It was not appropriate for them to talk about makeup or clothes. They decided to talk about something more appropriate. Aren't you going to move your father? Shadow, who believed in returning to one's roots, was surprised when she heard that Gu Nianji had no intention of moving the grave. What could Thea say? The cultural differences between the East and the West? It was a bit far-fetched and too broad. She could only tell Shadow her thoughts. What about you? I flew a helicopter here. I can help you move him back. I lied to you before. I didn't see your sister. I only know that she's in Hong Kong. If you want to go back. Thea's subtext was that if Shadow wanted to go back, she could find her sister to bury her father. It would be fine. If Shadow didn't want to go back, she, as an outsider, would not waste her time looking for him. She could just find a place to bury him. It would be worth it for Yao Fei to accompany old Robert for a few months. Well, Shadow was confused when they talked about herself. To her, burying her father and finding her sister were the most important things. Even if aliens came tomorrow, it was not as important as these 2 things. However, she did not want to give up Oliver on the island. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it, Thea said politely. Shadow rolled her eyes. I've seen TV dramas. It's not appropriate. Are you going to say that Oliver and I are not suitable? That's what a mother-in-law would say, right? You're really strange for a sister. Did you bring your checkbook? TSK. You're not playing by the rules. Thea was a little upset. This was not the right way to describe it. There were too many family dramas in the country. Shadow was experienced. Chapter 145. Although she choked back half of her words, she still had to say it. Sia cleared her throat and said, Ahem, you and Oliver are indeed not suitable. Don't glare at me, at least not now. Shadow's beautiful eyebrows were raised as she glared at her angrily. She probably couldn't beat her in a fight, or she would have argued with her this morning. Oliver and I are a match made in heaven. Is it appropriate for a sister like you to say that? I know you don't want to hear it, but I still have to say it. Did you notice the gaze of the man with 2 swords on his back? As Sia spoke, she even gestured to the 1.9-meter-tall man with a full beard. This wasn't a game. It was impossible to know the other party's name just by meeting them. At the very least, Sia had to pretend that she didn't know. He's also secretly in love with you. If you choose my brother in the end, then Oliver's friendship with him will be over. Have you considered this? Thea enunciated each word clearly. Was there a friendship between Oliver and Death Nell? Judging from the subsequent developments, there was definitely one. Even if Death Nell killed Moira, in Oliver's mind, Death Nell was only bewitched by Mirakuru's drug. Death Nell was still his good brother and friend. It wasn't as if Shadow didn't know about this. She had thought about it before, but when the choice fell into her hands, she still panicked. After thinking it over and over again, she really couldn't find a perfect solution. Then there was only one way left for her. After standing silently with her back to Sia for half an hour, she finally made up her mind. Okay, I'll go with you. My plane is quite far from here. I'll get it. You can take your father out first. Thea jumped on the skateboard. She flew for about 10 meters before turning back. It's a little hard to say. My subordinates have a human revival experiment. The success rate is only 10%. Do you want to try it? She felt guilty about experimenting on someone else's father. However, Shadow didn't pay attention to these details. Her mind buzzed. You mean, my father can be revived? Thea suddenly thought of it just to increase the reason for her to leave. She nodded and said, it's a kind of biochemical experiment. It's not effective for people who die of natural causes. Your father didn't die of natural causes, did he? Of course not. No one would die of natural causes if they were shot in the head. Shadow's tears flowed uncontrollably. She would try even if it was 1%, let alone 10%. Olivier and whatnot were thrown out of the window. No matter how good a man was, he would never fall into her bowl. She didn't want to think about it anymore. Sia nodded when she saw the drastic change in Shadow's mental state. Then get ready. We're leaving now. The journey back was smooth. When they arrived at their temporary residence, Thea gave Catherine Monroe a call and briefly told her what had happened. This woman was well-connected and knew what to say and what not to say. Thea's explanation of the revival project was very vague. Shadow could only assume that it was a secret experiment by the American military. This made her feel uneasy, but at the same time, she had a glimmer of hope. No matter what, American technology was so advanced. Perhaps it could really succeed? The court personnel came quickly. They took Shadow and the frozen old Yao to Gotham in a private jet. Before they left, Thea gave Shadow her contact number and warned her that this experiment had a deep background. She told her to be careful when she got there. Of course, it would be better if she pretended to be dumb or blind. I'm finally out. Thea crawled out of the ground like a miner. Her face was covered in dust. It had been 5 days since she parted ways with Olivier and the others and sent Shadow away. Since my brother doesn't want to leave, I'll go treasure hunting. That was what she thought, and that was what she did. In the original novel, Constantine would come to the island in the 4th year to search for a treasure called the Orb of Horus. However, Constantine came with a map. With Olivier leading the way, he found the underground chamber and successfully returned with the treasure. Thea had nothing now. Even if she asked Olivier, it would be useless. The island was too big. There were no signs. Who would know where the treasure was buried? She could only use the stupid method. She sat on the ground and meditated. She used her strong mental power to sense the subtle changes in the magic around her. Fortunately, the island was one of the nodes of the world's magic network. It strengthened her senses to a certain extent. Even so, it took her 3 days to find the exact location. Finding the location didn't mean that she would be able to get the treasure. Constantine looked for a hole and dug a tunnel. Only God knew where the hole was. Thea could only use the stupidest method. She would use brute force and dig a hole. She took out the military shovel that she had prepared and equipped the mechanical arm to dig a hole. She dug through dirt and smashed stones. She didn't have to worry about being discovered on such a deserted island. She also didn't have to worry about disturbing the residents. It took her another 2 days to dig a hole that was 3 meters wide and more than 50 meters deep. It didn't take long for them to see this treasure. The handle was made entirely of gold, and it was 30 centimeters long. There was a light red gem at the top. This was the magic ball of the Egyptian pharaoh's guardian god, Horus. Thea looked at it from afar. The temptation of the inner demons and the guards in full golden armor that she imagined didn't appear. The magic ball was inserted on the altar alone, like a watermelon in an old farmer's field waiting for someone to pick it. Thea remembered that when the magic ball was picked up, a frame full of sharp blades would fall from the top. However, she didn't see any mechanism on the altar. She thought to herself, even if there is a mechanism, I'm not afraid. She looked at the time. It was just nighttime. She shook her shoulder and instructed her clone to do this somewhat dangerous job. But she didn't expect that as soon as her clone put her hand on the magic ball, not to mention picking it up, the moment her skin touched it, the whole underground room collapsed as if it had been hit by a magnitude 18 earthquake. The clone only had time to throw the magic ball to the main body before it was buried under a large number of stones. Hiss! Thea didn't have time to sigh. Under the chain earthquake, the ground under her feet also collapsed. Fortunately, she was prepared. She used her mechanical arm to protect her head. The Kevlar that Batman gave her was also the best, so she didn't suffer any injuries after the collapse. After that, she used her hands and feet to dig herself out. Damn it. There wasn't such a strong reaction in the TV series. Was it because she didn't take the usual path, or was it because she couldn't use her clone to touch it? Thea couldn't think of an answer. She observed her harvest carefully. The magic ball was divided into two parts, the gem and the handle. She didn't know if this ruby the size of a child's head was personally used by the gods, but it was indeed full of magic, and it was fire magic that matched Thea's affinity. As for the words on the handle, she could see that the words were a spell. However, Thea was a little confused. The words were written in ancient Egyptian. She didn't know if there were 10 people in the modern era who could recognize the words, let alone her. But it was a treasure anyway. She could take it back and study it slowly. It was the age of the internet. What couldn't she find out? Chapter 146. Thea was originally hesitant about finding the statue of the African evil god. In the 4th year, Oliver would help the Sky's Eye Society get the statue, and it would eventually fall into the hands of Damien Dark. Instead of wasting time, it was better to destroy it. But no matter how hard Thea tried, she couldn't find any other source of magic on the island other than the magic ball in her arms. Was it because of the different systems? Or did the statue not have any magic waves? Since she couldn't find it, then so be it. There were still 9 years before Damien's nuclear bomb would wipe out Star City. She could just kill him in advance. She had already completed half of her trip to Purgatory Island, and the remaining task was to rescue Sarah Lance. She didn't have much of a relationship with her, so she didn't have to worry about whether she was willing or not. Once she got her back to Star City, her reputation with her father, Inspector Lance, and Laurel would instantly be worshipped. Thea wouldn't have bothered if it was too far away, but she was on a ship on the other side of the island. Since it was just a matter of convenience, she might as well give her a hand. Thea didn't hesitate. After searching for the magic ball for a few days, the island's environment was no longer as unfamiliar as before. She identified the direction and flew west under the cover of the night. It was difficult to find people, but a large ship on the sea was easy to find. This ship was personally funded by Dr. Ivo, who researched the Japanese biological weapon Mirakuru. He hired a ship of armed mercenaries to find the miracle medicine in his heart. Thea couldn't be bothered to find out what noble reasons he had in the beginning. She only knew that this guy wasn't a good person. She used infrared to observe from a distance. There were quite a lot of thermal reactions on the ship. She roughly estimated that there were hundreds of people on the ship. While the mercenaries were patrolling, Thea landed lightly on the deck. The skateboard wasn't suitable for movement in the narrow cabin. She needed to move as fast as lightning. She held the necklace that Malcolm gave her and whispered the spell on it. Wind Walk. Following the successful casting of the spell, a circle of green smoke could be seen surrounding her body. She adjusted to the sudden increase in speed. Not bad. Although it wasn't as fast as the Flash, it was still close to 600 kilometers per hour. After some hesitation, he put the skateboard back into his bag. The interior of the ship was small, so he should not encounter any strong resistance. Using the stealth techniques of the Union of Assassins, he entered the cabin through the shadows when a few patrol teams met. Along the way, he knocked out a lone mercenary. Regardless of whether the mercenary would become an idiot or not, he activated suggestion and dream entering at full power. His powerful spiritual power directly crushed the mercenary's memory. Thea quickly grasped the situation of the ship. There were not as many mercenaries as she had imagined. There were only 2 small teams of 50 people. Dr. Evo had brought a small team to search the island this morning, so there were only 25 people left on the ship. As for the thermal reactions that Thea observed, most of them were from prisoners that Dr. AI had captured and used for human experiments. Sarah Lance was doing well. Although she was only a beauty in Thea's eyes, she was a great beauty in the eyes of Dr. AI, who had drifted on the sea for a few years. They had feelings for each other. After a few hookups, Sarah became Dr. AI's personal secretary. Knowing that there were not many people on the ship, Thea naturally did not continue to hide her tracks. There were only a few rotten fish and shrimps scattered throughout the ship. What was there to be afraid of? She summoned her doppelganger and handed her the bow and arrow. Her meaning was clear. If she saw them, kill them. If not, forget it. The real body drew out a long sword and a dagger. Seeing a patrol team in the distance, she rushed over like a gust of wind. These people might be considered elites in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of Thea, who was fast and powerful, and whose fighting skills were at the top of the world, they were full of flaws. She slashed left and right, and every time she waved her weapon, a strong man would fall to the ground. The doppelganger also drew the bow and shot at the mercenaries who had picked up their weapons and were ready to fight back. The battle ended in a short 30 seconds. Thea shook off the blood on the spine of her sword. The real body killed 5 and the doppelganger killed 3. Not a single one of them can fight. The real body's complacent remark made the doppelganger roll its eyes. The doppelganger raised its bow and arrow. Go and start the fight. I'm a long-range fighter. Like looking into a mirror, they teased each other for a while. Thea was surprised to find that the doppelganger was especially active at night. She seemed to be able to absorb energy from the killing. Her originally stiff expression became much more lively. Does this mean that I have to be the light emissary during the day and kill at night? My talent is really strange. Will it really not split after a long time? Then, another patrol team was wiped out. Thea followed the memory that she had read and found the captain's room. The iron gate was tightly locked, and it looked very sturdy. Thea could not go up and shout that there was a delivery. Open the door quickly. She could only turn on the power of the mechanical arm and punch at the suspected keyhole. Poof! There was a crisp sound, but the expected earthquake did not happen. The door looked sturdy, but it was actually a layer of iron that could be pierced through with a light poke. Thea's punch was so powerful that it took down the entire door along with its frame. Ah! A scream rang through the room. Sarah Lance had been sleeping well in the captain's room. The conditions here were naturally not as good as at home, but happiness came from comparison. Compared to the experimental subjects who were waiting to die in the cage, she had reached the top in a single bound. Dr. Evo did not make any excessive demands of her. In fact, even if he did, she would not dare to resist. She thought that her days would go on like this, but she did not expect to hear so many screams in her sleep. At first, she thought it was a dream, but when the thick smell of blood rushed into her nose, she knew it was not a dream. Just as she was feeling uneasy, all the screams disappeared. She could only hear light footsteps outside the door. When Sarah was about to hide, a silver-white metal arm outside the door broke through the cabin door with a poof. Under her horrified gaze, the entire cabin door was removed. At this moment, all she could do was scream. Countless movie clips appeared in her mind, such as Terminator, Alien, and so on. Of course, she was not playing the role of the Terminator. She was the female pig-trotter who was scared to the point of peeing her pants. Thea swaggered into the room and saw Sarah, who was trembling all over with her eyes closed. She was speechless. Was she that scary? She had to admit that her voice was really loud. No wonder she could get the mixed account of White Canary. But she was here to save her. She recalled her doppelganger. She could not let her see these things. Hey, I'm here to save you. After waiting for 3 seconds, Sarah did not hear her at all. She shouted so loudly that Thea's voice was completely covered. After all, she was someone she knew. Whether it was Oliver, Laurel, or Inspector Lance, it was not appropriate to directly beat her up and kidnap her. Thea could only be patient and listen to her shouting. She didn't know if the remaining mercenaries on the ship were frightened by her murderous aura, or if they were jealous that Sarah had suddenly become the captain's subordinate and above 50 people. Either way, no one was prepared to rescue the captain's little lover, and they all hid in a corner and pretended to be dead. Chapter 147. Thea found a chair and sat on it with her legs crossed. The corner of her mouth twitched. She thought to herself, I'm going to ignore you. Let's see how long you can howl for. Sarah Lance's mind was blank. She thought about being dismembered by the enemy and wondered if the enemy had taken out a gun. She was scaring herself, thinking that she only had a few seconds left in this world. She should make full use of it and continue to scream. But when her voice was hoarse, she realized that something was wrong. She was going to be a heroine in the future, so her basic intelligence was still online. There seems to be only my voice in the room. Where's the enemy? Was he knocked out by my scream? She opened her eyes a little. No one? The enemy ran away. Sarah Lance was overjoyed. She opened her eyes and let out a sigh of relief. But when she turned her head, she almost bit her tongue when she saw Thea sitting on the chair. Sarah pointed at Thea's face and thought. At this time, Thea took off her hood and revealed her face. She should know her. After all, it had only been a year, so her appearance wouldn't change too much. But it was hard to say. At least, Thea didn't have much of an impression of her. Fortunately, she was arrogant in the past, but people still paid attention to her. You are? You're Ollie's sister? Sarah felt that the woman in front of her looked familiar. She slapped her forehead and tried to recall. Finally, she found a clue from Ollie. Isn't this his sister? As for her name, Sarah couldn't remember. She sighed. Thea Quinn. I'm here to save you. Your father and sister miss you very much. She reached out a hand and pulled Sarah up from the floor. This girl didn't look tall, but she had a lot of meat on her body. Perhaps the food on the ship was too good, but she was chubby. Fortunately, Thea had been exercising for a long time. If she was the skinny girl from before, she wouldn't have been able to pull her up. Sarah was still drowning in her longing for her father and guilt for her sister. She stood up and realized that she was being pulled out of the door. Where are we going? Where are the guards? Don't worry, everyone on this ship is hiding. Go to the island and find my plane. I'll send you back to Star City. Suddenly hearing the familiar name of Star City, Sarah's tears flowed down uncontrollably. Thea frowned. This woman was too emotional. To be honest, Thea admired Sarah Lance's future achievements. Whether she was the captain of the Wave Rider or the leader of the legendary squad, Sarah Lance was a great heroine. Relying on his own continuous struggles to repair the changes in the timeline, especially the phrase, "Legends never admit defeat," that left a deep impression on everyone. Compared to the Flash on the other side, Sarah's reverence for time was 10,000 times higher than his. The Flash had triggered the Flashpoint incident and rewritten the fates of countless people just to rewrite his own childhood misfortune. But that was the future. Thea could only say that heroes were created by circumstances, and that no one was born outstanding. Only heroes who worked hard to fight against fate were worthy of praise. Sarah only recovered a little when they were really out of the range of the ship. Her father's nagging and her sister's complaints were nothing. As long as she could leave this damn island, she would even beat her up. At this time, not far from the two of them, a wave of blue light appeared in the air. After a violent wave, a man and a woman walked out of the air. The short blonde woman was very alert, but when she looked around, her face was full of disbelief. Purgatory Island? The tall man on the side heard her call and looked around carefully. This is the Purgatory Island that you and Oliver stayed in? Why did Gideon send us here? Shouldn't we be in the Star City police station in 2007? The two of them were speechless. They could only silently get up and walk into the darkness. What is this thing? When Thea was installing the skateboard, Sarah's brain had returned to normal. She asked a lot of questions like where was Ollie, how was her family, and so on. Thea could only answer a few selectively. It's installed him? Just when Thea was about to jump on, she suddenly felt her temple throbbing. A strong sense of danger surged in her heart. She could only see a blue light flying toward her. Get down. He pounced on Sarah Lance, who was still looking at him in a daze. The blue light didn't hit them, but under Thea's horrified gaze, it pierced through the skateboard. Gut. The skateboard that was floating in the air was like a kite with a broken string. It wobbled and fell to the ground, never to move again. F***ck your mother. Thea was instantly filled with anger. She turned her head to look at the culprit. Not far away stood a tall woman in black clothes with black hair and a blank expression. Who was this? Why would such a person suddenly appear on Purgatory Island at this time? But before she could open her mouth to ask, the weapon in the woman's hand started firing non-stop. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of blue light shot towards Sia and Sarah. Laser weapon? Thea was a little confused. There weren't such high-end weapons in this era. The Batfighter was considered the pinnacle of human technology, but it hadn't entered the laser era. Could it be that this person was an alien? The situation was grim. No matter who the opponent was or where she came from, the fact that she was an enemy was undeniable. After whispering to Sarah to hide, Thea raised her hand and cast a dark magic. She didn't need to trap the opponent. She only needed to temporarily interfere with the enemy's vision. Then, under Sarah's shocked gaze, Thea cast the wind-walking spell on herself again. The distance of 100 meters was covered in an instant. Facing the enemy who had just escaped from the black fog, she raised her hand and slashed. Thea's speed was very fast. In just a few dozen moves, she had completely gained the upper hand. She found that the woman's fighting ability was far inferior to hers. At best, she was at the level of a special forces soldier. But she was very strong and her body was very sturdy. Her sword that could cut iron like mud could only leave scratches on her body. Her body was so dense? She shouldn't be an earthling, right? She didn't know. While she was puzzled, the woman opposite her was also extremely surprised. She kept thinking in her heart, who was this woman fighting with her? She didn't seem to be the target of her mission. Two people who shouldn't be at this time appeared in a place where they shouldn't be and inexplicably fought. This was completely different from her initial plan. But as the fight went on, her anger also rose. Thea's sword slashed her body more than a dozen times. Although the cuts weren't deep, she was not a robot. She would still bleed. Relying on her strength that was far greater than that of an earthling, she didn't pursue small fights. Instead, she used strong punches. Seeing that she changed her attack style, Thea didn't dare to take it head-on. She deliberately exposed a flaw. The woman in black was overjoyed. She ignored the sword that was going to pierce her collarbone and punched Thea's face. Chapter 148. I was waiting for you to use this move. Sia's mechanical arm was already equipped, but it was hidden under the combat suit and could not be seen by outsiders. Now that she saw the punch that she thought was effective, she sneered in her heart. Aren't you just relying on your strength? I'll let you see what science is. She raised her hand and punched out. The woman in black saw that Thea was about to punch her, and her heart tightened. Is this woman from Earth really powerful? But the arrow was already on the bow, so she could only use her greatest strength to punch out. Bang! With a muffled sound, the woman in black felt an overwhelming force rushing from her arm to her shoulder. His entire body was knocked off the ground and flew back more than 5 meters. Damn it! How can this woman be so powerful? The woman in black was well trained. She turned around in the air and regained her balance. Her eyes kept rolling as she tried to figure out the enemy's plan. Sia was quite satisfied with this punch. She had already used all the available power in her arm. Although the maximum power in the design was 10 tons, considering the way the human body exerted force and the recoil, the actual power could not reach that high. However, this punch still contained more than 5 tons of strength. Although the woman in black was also known for her great strength, she was at most at the level of 1 to 2 tons, which was similar to the non-berserk Bane. Now that she was caught off guard, her arm was numb from Sia's punch, and her strength had decreased by at least 20%. Although Thea also suffered some recoil, the excellent shock-absorbing performance of the metal arm almost eliminated this force. She took half a step back and attacked the woman in black while she regained her balance. Who are you? The woman in black felt that this fight was not clear. Thea immediately asked, Tell me who you are first. I can't tell you. Tell me who you are. We must have misunderstood. The woman in black's fighting skills were not as good as Thea's, and now she was at a disadvantage in terms of strength and speed. She was beaten by Thea like a dog. Now you know it's a misunderstanding? Where's the energy you used to shoot my skateboard? You still want to know my name? Is it for revenge in the future? I'll never change my name or surname. I'm Barbara Gordon. Thea announced her name casually without any embarrassment. Her expression was so calm that it was a mess. Chew. Barbara, who was thousands of miles away, didn't know that she had taken the blame and was still receiving special training from Batman. She couldn't help but sneeze. The woman in black was naturally not a magnanimous person. She muttered the name twice in a low voice, Barbara. I'll remember this. Although she was furious, she couldn't beat him. She didn't have the ability to recall the memories of the main characters, so she didn't have that ability even if she wanted to. Seeing Thea's vicious punch coming towards her face, she became anxious. You're so strong, wouldn't that punch disfigure me? If he could tolerate this, what else could he do? He couldn't care less about the rules of the organization. Time stop. The woman in black raised her right hand and aimed it at Thea. An invisible field shrouded the place where the two were fighting. At this time, Thea maintained her right hand in front of her and her left arm in the air. She was completely unconscious and didn't realize what was happening. The woman in black gasped for breath. She could only change the flow of time in a small area temporarily. It was impossible to stop the entire world. However, even such a small area brought about a huge backlash. No one could deceive time. They were only the servants of time, not the masters. Next, she was ready to complete her mission and retreat quickly. However, she discovered a shocking fact. Thea, who was theoretically frozen by the flow of time, was moving slowly. Although the distance she moved was extremely small, she wasn't completely imprisoned. This guy. The woman in black was completely dumbfounded. This phenomenon could only mean that this guy who was fighting with her wasn't a nobody. She was an important person in this timeline. Countless people could have direct or indirect contact with her. Under the influence of these people, there was an even greater change in time. Instead of saying that she was imprisoning her, it was more accurate to say that she was fighting for control of the entire timeline. Let alone her, even if she pulled out the 180 people in the organization and multiplied it by 10,000, they still wouldn't be able to go against the laws of this world. It sounded like a long time, but in reality, only a second had passed. However, this short second had caused the black-clothed woman's vitality to be greatly damaged. Her originally pretty appearance was like that of an evil spirit, and her body also uncontrollably shriveled up. No, the backlash of time was too great. She had to stop immediately. She would rather be beaten to death than use this move. However, she underestimated the tolerance of time and overestimated her own limits. Halfway through her action, a huge amount of energy exploded from within her body. The explosion of energy was so quick and violent that it was shocking. Without even making a sound, the woman in black was blown to smithereens on the spot. This wasn't an adjective, it was reduced to an atomic structure. However, because the imprisonment field wasn't immediately removed, some strange substances in her body automatically entered Thea's body. With the woman's death, her time field was naturally removed, and Thea also smoothly regained control of her body. However, the scene in front of her made her a little confused. Although she was imprisoned, her memory was still there. The scene in front of her was that she jumped up and attacked, and then the woman in black was instantly blown to smithereens. Did I do this? Thea was confused. Did I hit her? Was she killed by my punch? Was she possessed by Saito-sensei? However, the enemy was indeed dead. Although many villains had the tradition of faking their deaths, as long as their heads weren't chopped off, this woman was already smithereens. In theory, it was impossible for her to revive, right? Carefully feeling her body, she vaguely felt that there was something extra in her body, but she couldn't identify it without a reference. At the same time, in the grass not far from her, two people were whispering. What do you think we should do? Rem, Thea killed the Time Wanderer. She's going to take my original body back to Star City. What was it? The blonde woman in white leather couldn't say what it was. The tall man named Rem had a funny look on his face. I'm a doctor of physics, not time travel. However, this Thea is very different from the Thea we know. The blonde woman rolled her eyes at him, knowing that he couldn't give any constructive advice. Just as she was racking her brains for a solution, their communicator rang. Miss Lance, Dr. Palmer, the timeline shows that Wanderer is dead. Did you do it? The owner of the voice found it hard to believe, but his tone was very relaxed. The two in the grass looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They wanted to accept this glory, but they really didn't do it. Chapter 149. The two of them came up with no good ideas, so they decided to go back and discuss it. But when they moved, Thea immediately sensed them. Even when she was a pure martial artist, Thea was astonishingly sensitive, not to mention now that she had evolved into psychic power. Who's there? The sound of their footsteps instantly alerted Thea. Relying on the support of the windwalk spell on her body, she glided over to the two of them like a flying dragon, her feet barely touching the ground. But when Thea saw the faces of the two people clearly, she was instantly dumbfounded. The blonde girl was Sarah Lance, and the tall, handsome, and funny guy next to her was Ray Palmer? Why were they here? At this time, at this place? Thea vaguely understood something. She used her psychic power to sense Sarah Lance, who was knocked out by the shockwave. That's right, there were two Sarahs. The one in front of her was Sarah Lance from the future. Hi, I'm Ray. You don't know me. Well, at least not now. No, I mean you shouldn't know me now. The handsome Ray Palmer, who was 9 meters tall, ignored the mysterious atmosphere between the two women and greeted them in a relaxed and cheerful manner. But after a few words, he found it more and more ridiculous, so he stopped talking. But he still stared at her with bright eyes. This guy was indeed Felicity's boyfriend. He was just as funny as she was. Thea pursed her lips and nodded reluctantly. Then she turned to the blonde girl who was silent. You're Sarah? Sarah Lance, who already had the demeanor of a future legendary captain, bit her lip and said helplessly, Yes, you? Why are you on Purgatory Island? I'm here to find Oliver, Thea answered firmly and reasonably. No one could find fault with it. Sarah was having a headache. Naturally, she couldn't find any fault with the answer. Just as she was racking her brains, Captain Rip Hunter's voice came from the communicator. Hold her down for now. We'll be right there. Sarah and Ray exchanged glances and decided to let the Atom Man, who was more talkative, buy time. Hey, where were we? Oh yes, you don't know me yet, but you will soon. Blah blah blah. Sia didn't see their secretive gazes, but she didn't feel that these two guys were a threat to her. After all, they were on the same side. Ray used to be Felicity's boyfriend, and Sarah was Laurel's sister. She was related to them in many ways. Seeing that they had the intention to chat about their daily lives, even though she was a little confused, she still started to talk nonsense with him. Unfortunately, Ray Palmer was the kind of person who could talk nonsense all day long, but was always unreliable at crucial moments. After a few sentences, he could not continue. Thea saw through his intentions, but she didn't expose him. Instead, she changed the topic and discussed with him about physics, technology, and nanotechnology. This made Ray Palmer breathe a sigh of relief. For an authority in quantum mechanics who could solve the Ehrenfest theorem in an hour, he could talk about science and technology for 3 days and 3 nights without repeating himself. What a genius! Although many of his ideas were just general discussions, they still made Thea's eyes light up. This guy could be seen as a weakened version of Tony Stark. Just a simple conversation between the two had benefited Thea a lot. Just as Ray was explaining a formula to her, Thea smiled. Your friends are here. We mean no harm, Sarah quickly explained. Yeah. Ray Palmer nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Whether or not they meant harm, they would only know when they met. Thea looked at the people opposite her who didn't hide their tracks and rushed towards her. A strange feeling arose in her heart. Was she so strong that she needed to team up to fight? She was so happy. Happy my ass. She didn't get any experience or reputation from fighting these people. 5 people came from afar. The one in the lead was the captain of Wave Rider, Rip Hunter, who was wearing a long brown windbreaker. On his left was Captain Frigid, who was wearing a down jacket and sunglasses and holding a slightly exaggerated-looking gun. Next to him was Captain Frigid's good partner, Heatwave, who was wearing an asbestos fireproof suit and holding a flamethrower. On his right was an ordinary-looking black youth with thick lips. Thea couldn't remember his name. Beside him was a fat old man with white hair and round glasses. Was the whole Tomorrow's Legend squad coming out? No, there should also be Hawkman and Hawkgirl. Were those two idiots dead or not? Miss Quinn, we're not enemies. We mean you no harm. Rip Hunter was the first to speak, explaining his side's position. Thea believed in this. Although her brother Oliver was a weakling now, his reputation would still shock many people in the future. He was known as the 8th magnate outside of the 7 magnate of the Righteous Alliance. As his sister, she would definitely have a good reputation in the Justice faction. They wouldn't dare to harm her. Seeing that she didn't overreact, Rip Hunt silently sighed in relief. It was inevitable to run into relatives and friends while traveling through time, so he couldn't just kill every single one of them. If he really did that, even the heroes of justice wouldn't spare them, so he was very experienced in dealing with such sudden incidents. His faction was neutral, and even leaned towards the Righteous Alliance. Naturally, he couldn't force Thea, who had a close relationship with the Green Arrow Party. We came here from a certain time in the future. We wanted to stop the Time Wanderer from making a move on Miss Sarah's past, but we didn't expect to meet you here. I hope you can hand Miss Sarah, Rip Hunter pointed at the fainted Sarah Lance in the distance, to us and let her return to her original time. Thea had never thought about the broad issue of time changing Sarah's fate. She thought about it carefully. Wouldn't it be better to send Sarah back to Star City, to her father and sister? Yes, that's great. There was nothing wrong with that at all. From every angle, Purgatory Island was the beginning of Sarah's tragic fate. If it could be changed from the beginning, then it wouldn't be a bad thing. But Rip Hunt couldn't say that. A person's perspective was different from his or her own. From Sarah's point of view, changing everything would definitely be a good thing. In fact, it would be an extremely good thing. If she could return home and live happily ever after, who would be willing to suffer so much? But for Rip Hunter, it was a bit of a headache. Sarah was someone he had focused on nurturing. She had brains, potential, and enough decisiveness. But all of that came from the suffering she had endured. If he agreed to let Sarah go home, she wouldn't have any of those experiences. Wouldn't he be looking for trouble if he recruited her? Rip could swear to the heavens that as long as he let Sarah go, the capable blonde girl in front of him would instantly turn into a powerless young girl. Changing boyfriends twice a month, having some pox on the weekends, and having parties when she was bored. This was the norm for young Americans. If he could maintain Sarah's original life path, it would be this image. But he couldn't say a single word of that. He could only rely on Sarah's own wishes. Whether his right-hand woman wanted to live her current life or return to the past was all up to her. Chapter 150. In the end, the choice was back to Sarah. Of course, it was the future version of Sarah in front of them. The unconscious weakling in the distance was automatically ignored by them. What should I do? Even with Sarah's extraordinary decisiveness, she was still somewhat hesitant. If she nodded, all her suffering would end, and she would return to her daily life. What Assassin's League or Legendary Team? To hell with it. If she shook her head, everything would go back to normal, and she would still have to continue struggling in this sea of suffering. Everyone was silent for a moment. Those who understood lowered their heads in deep thought. When the problem fell on their heads, how should they choose? Those who didn't understand were also looking around, wondering why no one spoke. Sarah opened her mouth and couldn't continue after that one word. Perhaps she herself was in extreme hesitation. You shouldn't become a weakling, Sarah Lance. You're an assassin, a fighter against fate. Think about the true meaning of your existence. Beside her, Captain Cold, Snart, said with a sharp, duck-like voice. The originally fluctuating balance had a subtle change because of his words. Sarah's expression gradually changed from hesitation to determination. She closed her eyes and said with a pained voice, "You're right. That's my fate. I shouldn't run away from it." Thea couldn't help but glance at this guy who suddenly interrupted. This person's overall aura was sinister, which intuitively made Thea uncomfortable. She didn't think that he could understand Sarah's heart so well. In her impression, one of them was gay, while the other was a lesbian. Unexpectedly, they had developed feelings for each other. She really didn't expect that their hearts would be linked so early. Since you've chosen this path, I can't drag you back. Thea nodded at her, indicating that they could solve it on their own. With one problem solved, Rip Hunt, who had a beautiful beard, felt a huge weight lifted off his heart. But immediately, a new problem emerged. He reached into his pocket and took out a capsule, saying awkwardly, "Miss Quinn, we're time travelers. You'll know us in the future, but not now. So you have to take this pill and forget what you've experienced today." Ah. Thea covered her mouth and laughed in anger. "Just because you think I'm easy to talk to, you think I'm a pushover? Time traveler? I'm so scared. I'm dying of laughter." Thea was laughing so hard that her body was trembling. However, under the puzzled gazes of the others, her face instantly turned ashen. "Are you sure you want me dead?" Rip Hunter tried to mediate for the last time. "We don't want to be your enemy, but these are our rules." "Oomph." Thea snorted. "Do you give everyone you meet pills? How is that possible? Our spaceship is a time-traveling spaceship, not a pharmaceutical factory. If we were to give one to everyone we see, we would have to work 3 shifts a day and not do anything else." Rip Hunter shook his head. "We don't want to do that. We respect Green Arrow a lot, but you need to know that there are 7 of us." Hearing his threatening words, Thea smiled contemptuously. So what if there were 7 of them? They were just chickens and dogs. He drew his bow and aimed at Rip Hunt, who was threatening him. Although this guy spoke of saving the world's peace, it was actually all for the sake of saving his wife and child. Saving one's wife and child wasn't shameful at all. In fact, it was a very noble act. However, in order to cover up this fact, he dressed himself up as the savior of the world. Perhaps he didn't even realize how fake his words and actions were. As she drew her bow and shot an arrow, the others had no choice but to join the battle. "What abilities does she have?" The gloomy Captain Lung asked the so-called acquaintance of Thea, Sarah Lance. She was the one who interacted with Green Arrow's party the most. "She's Malcolm's daughter. Her training is similar to mine." Although Sarah had seen Thea fight with the Time Wanderer, she was a bit far away at the time. Thea didn't display much supernatural power, so she could only describe it based on what she knew. "So that's a normal person with extraordinary skills?" Heatwave shook his head, his face full of disdain. Rip Hunter said in a low voice, "Don't hurt her. She's an important person in the timeline. Don't worry. We can take care of her with our fists and feet." The Ice and Fire duo silently put away their weapons and rushed out. The rest of them also ran towards Thea. As they ran, they finished changing. Ray Palmer took out a small box from his pocket. The atomic suit instantly enlarged and he put it on. The black guy and the white fat old man clasped their right hands together and combined to become the superhero Firestorm. Although Sarah didn't want to be Thea's enemy, she still took out her iron rod and pretended to run. Thea was a bit speechless at their formation. 7 people. Fine, 1 person. Now there were 6. The 6 of them ran in a row like European soldiers from the age of matchlocks. From a visual point of view, they were indeed intimidating. The 6 of them were like fierce tigers or dragons coming out of the sea. But this isn't a photography competition. This is a combat competition. You're standing so close together that Thea was embarrassed to attack. But since she didn't want to take advantage of them, Thea decided to teach them a lesson. The name of the lesson was, "Mom, we'll never group together again." Her right hand released the bowstring and drew a few mysterious runes in the air. This was her modified illumination spell based on the Dark Mist spell. The starting movements and ending sounds were exactly the same. She just needed to change the rhythmic runes in the middle from dark to light. With the help of the Sun rune's strong light affinity, Thea released this modified spell in less than a second. The light attribute was known for its speed. Thea raised her hand and threw the glowing ball at Rip Hunter, who was running at the front. The ball of light instantly exploded around them. The originally beautiful formation immediately fell apart. "What's that? A flash bomb?" Thea didn't have the obligation to explain it to them. She quickly shot out a binding arrow. They didn't want to shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases. She couldn't kill them directly either, so she could only use a skill to stun and blind them. Under this kind of unprepared situation, the difference between an ordinary hero and a hero with superpowers could be seen. Rip Hunter lived up to his name. With a very ridiculous posture, he was caught in the net without even making a sound. He reflexively struggled a few times, but the result was that the net became even stronger. He naturally couldn't withstand the chemical agent that could stun even Bane. In less than 10 seconds, he was GG. Heatwave, who was also rushing fiercely, was in the same situation as him. It came into close contact with the spiderweb. As an arsonist, the first thing he thought of when he saw the spiderweb was to burn it. But he didn't have a weapon with him. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare. He was still hanging on the net. He could only turn his head to his partner, Captain Cold, for help. Captain Cold, who was known to be able to fight against the Flash with his ordinary physique, had amazing reflexes. Perhaps his sunglasses also provided some protection, so he was less affected by the strong light. He could vaguely see Thea shooting an arrow, so he slowed down a little and avoided the fate of being caught in the net. Chapter 151. Sarah, on the other hand, was very lucky. She started late and was the closest to Thea among all the people present, not to mention that Thea had come all the way here to save her in 2008. She couldn't bite the hand that fed her. She seemed to be rushing out with the team, but in fact, she was still far away from Thea. The ball of light did not explode in front of her, and she used the heat wave to avoid most of the glaring light. Although it was more or less uncomfortable, she still saw the dense cobwebs and nimbly avoided them. Ray Palmer was usually very funny, but his atomic suit was not for show. The moment the spider webs were about to hit him, he shrank and passed through them. The remaining firestorms seemed to be a combination of two people. His brain was a little messed up and he rolled his eyes every day. It was not the supercilious eyes in anime, nor was it the adjective supercilious eyes. It was purely the action of rolling the black eyeballs to reveal the white eyeballs. Thea did not understand how they could receive retinal signals like this. Anyway, she knew that her flash did not work on them. The combined guy was on fire and went straight through the center of the spider webs, leaving a human-shaped hole. Captain Lung hesitated on the outermost side, wondering whether he should save his partner first or gang up on Thea first. Sarah did not want to fight at all. She pretended to be an 80-year-old woman and slowly moved forward. In the end, the only ones who rushed in front of Thea were the Atom Man and the combined firestorm. Both of them were strong opponents, and Thea did not dare to take them lightly. However, their fighting styles were not mature enough. The Atom Man's personal chivalry was too strong. He had a long-range weapon on his suit, but he insisted on fighting hand-to-hand. If a bookworm with several doctorates and a contemporary grandmaster of martial arts like Thea fought hand-to-hand, the result was already doomed. Thea didn't pay much attention to him and dealt with him casually. Her attention was always on the firestorm in the sky and Captain Lung Han, who was rushing over from afar. Firestorm's flying ability was quite fast, but he mostly used the reverse thrust of the flames to accelerate his flight. It looked like two streaks of flames flitting through the air, mighty and domineering, but in fact his steering was extremely poor. If Thea's skateboard was still there was no way she could beat him up. "Dr. Palmer, is your suit sturdy?" Thea dodged Firestorm's air-to-ground fireball and asked Atom Man with a smile. "Of course, my battle suit is made of..." Before he could finish his sentence, Thea's mechanical arm went into overdrive and grabbed one of his arms. Like a discus, she spun 3 times on the spot and threw it at the firestorm in the air. The black guy and the fat old man were not very smart. When they saw Atom Man flying at them, they reached out to catch him without thinking. Thea had been waiting for this moment. There were many problems with their combination. The black guy and the fat old man's cooperation was always half a beat slower. In the original plot, there was a glorious failure where they were shot apart by an arrow. Coincidentally, the arrow was shot by none other than Malcolm Merlyn, Thea's biological father. Of course, in the current timeline, they hadn't met Old Ma yet, so they didn't realize how big the problem was with their seemingly cool combination. Thea found the right landing point and shot the arrow right in the chest of Firestorm. There was a momentary pause in the communication between the two of them. One of them wanted to run to the left, and the other desperately dodged to the right. As a result, the two of them withdrew from the combination state with blank faces. Fortunately, Atom Man was on the side and gave them a hand. Otherwise, they would have been crippled. The two of them fell to the ground a little angrily. When they tried to combine again, they found that their hands were swollen and there was no sign of fusion. Thea looked at this scene from the corner of her eyes and felt relieved. Super speed, super conversion ability, and a body strength and damage reduction ability that far surpassed Superman. So balanced in all aspects. Do you think you are Superman? There must be a limit to so many abilities. Otherwise, if you are so strong, how can others play with you? Thea had expected that the combination would have a cooldown. Since they couldn't combine, the threat to Thea instantly decreased from the biggest to the smallest. She turned her head and looked at White Canary Sarah Lance, who finally ran over. It's so strange. You are much stronger than the Thea I remember. Sarah, who was determined to stop killing, said with a puzzled expression. At this moment, Thea didn't display any supernatural abilities. They thought that the flashing spell from before was a flash bomb. After that, she also used a bow to deal with them. Although Sarah didn't see any clues, her intuition told her that Thea in front of her was fully capable of killing her. Hearing her question, Thea rolled her eyes. How refreshing. Do you think I'm the Eagle Hero and Eagle Girl who are still weak even after being reborn 206 times? Those two are a disgrace to all reborn people. Thea couldn't be bothered to explain. She silently raised her hand and made an inviting gesture. Speaking of which, I haven't fought with you before. Judging from your movements, it seems to be the martial arts of the Assassins' Alliance. So, you and Malcolm have reunited? Sarah constantly adjusted her pace and at the same time analyzed why Thea was so strong. According to her timeline, Thea should still be in Star City. But when she saw Thea's movement, she instantly understood. So that's why. She and Malcolm had reunited in advance. Thinking that she had found a reasonable explanation for the timeline's distortion, Sarah felt much more at ease. Thea neither admitted nor refuted Sarah's conjecture. Those were all trivial matters. It was rare to meet a pure Earthling who didn't have any messy abilities or technological equipment. Thea also put away her bow and secretly deactivated her mechanical arm. She wanted to face this legendary team leader who had surpassed her master in a fair fight. Both of them drew their swords, greeted each other, and began to duel according to the rules of the Alliance. This battle was far less intense than the last time with Talia. Neither of them had the intention to kill. Thea was stronger than Sarah in terms of height, combat skills, strength, and speed, but she didn't have an overwhelming advantage. At first, Sarah thought that she could defeat Thea with her experience, but she soon realized that Thea was more experienced than she was. On the contrary, because of her experience as a legendary team, she had to deal with laser guns, primitive people, and aliens every day. It had been a long time since she fought with a master of the same level. The two of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves, and her offensive was gradually suppressed. Thea was too familiar with her martial arts. Her level was far inferior to Old Ma and Talia, and naturally, she couldn't be compared to the current Thea. But out of admiration for her future bravery, Thea didn't go all out. She was prepared to end the battle with a draw. As Thea deliberately went easy on Sarah, the situation was reversed a bit. The Atom Man on the side stared at them with a pair of big eyes. It was not until Captain Frostbite shouted, "Sarah, let me help you," that he realized that he was still in combat mode. His body was sluggish and he also ran up to attack. Chapter 152. The three of them seemed to have the advantage in numbers, but it was no different from before. Captain Frosty's freeze gun couldn't be used, so he could only pull out a dagger for close combat. The Atom Man, on the other hand, was more of a hindrance. He was 1.9 meters tall, and with his battle suit he blocked their line of sight, which made the short Sarah stomp her feet in anger. The fat old man and the black guy were cheering them on from afar, which made Thea laugh. As expected, heroes on the side of justice were more or less funny. If they were Gotham villains, they would have run away by now. Thinking of running away, Thea was also ready to retreat. It wasn't that she couldn't beat them, but that there was no point in fighting them. It wasn't appropriate to win or lose, so she had to take care of their reputation. He kicked Captain Frosty away and grabbed Sarah's arm in front of him to block Atom Man's fist. Thea threw a Batman smoke grenade. Bang! The smoke grenade was specially made by her master, and no infrared or thermal imaging could see through it. It was the best escape tool in the DC world. Where is he? Where is he? The Atom Man, who was wearing an X-ray helmet, looked left and right. Everything was white, and when the smoke dissipated, they were the only ones left. None of these people were injured, which was a good thing, but the two people on the net were in a bad mood. The more they struggled, the harder they got stuck. Rip had already fainted, while the rough man's heatwave physique was better than most people, so he was barely conscious, but his face was currently covered in white cobwebs, which made him look quite pitiful. Although they didn't have Thea's escape potion, Ray Palmer and the fat old man were the world's top scientists. After some analysis, they still rescued Rip Hunt and Heatwave. He did come down, but Rip Hunt's cool beige trench coat and his Heatwave army green fireproof suit were completely stuck to the ground and couldn't be removed. Heatwave was so angry that he took out his flamethrower and sprayed the cobwebs until his clothes were burned to ashes. Only then did he walk back angrily. The few of them were a little dejected. Thea did not appear to be very strong, but she was able to crush them as easily as crushing dry weeds. This made them doubt whether they could save the world in the future. That's right, a follower hero from Green Arrow's team could beat the 7 of them to such a state. Wouldn't a guy stronger than Green Arrow be able to kill them in minutes? Rip Hunter had lost his windbreaker and was only left with a shirt. His entire aura instantly changed from that of a rich and handsome man to that of a poor loser, but he didn't have the time to ponder over his image. He turned to the AI on the console and asked, "Gideon." "I'm here, Captain." A light blue 3D holographic projection appeared on the console. The mouth of the 3D person seemed to be opening and closing as he replied calmly. "Gideon, help me find out which timeline the Time Walker is in. We have to save everyone before she does." The light blue figure was silent for a while, as if he had gone through a careful examination. "Captain, the Time Walker did not appear at any point in the past, future, or present." "What do you mean?" Rip Hunter was a little confused. "Captain, according to tradition, the Time Walker is already dead. She no longer exists. She has been completely obliterated, leaving no trace behind in the timeline." "How could that be?" Rip Hunter was a little dumbfounded. He wasn't like those heroes of justice who didn't understand the situation. As a member of the Time Master Council, he knew that the Time Walker was the #1 assassin under the control of the Council. Now, this #1 assassin had just shown her face and hadn't even done anything before she was killed by a passing hero in a few punches and kicks. Isn't your #1 a little too weak? Or was it that the heroes of the main plane were all very strong, and the Time Master Council was just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, closing their doors every day to proclaim themselves as #1 in the world? This bunch of weaklings. Rip Hunter's impression of the organization he used to be loyal to was becoming more and more unfavorable. The people they trained were too weak. For a moment, he didn't even know what to do. The Time Walker's way of doing things was simple and crude. Find a point in time before the members of a Legends team made a name for themselves and kill them in advance. According to Rip's original plan, he would have been one step ahead and pulled back all the members' precursors to protect them. But now that the assassins were all dead, there was no point in protecting them anymore. He turned to Sarah and asked, "Which point in time do you plan to send your past to?" Although Sarah was a bit sad, she still pondered for a bit before answering. "October 2008, outside Purgatory Island, along the path of the Assassin League's Nissa Al Ghul's trial." Rip nodded slightly and patted his capable comrade's shoulder. "Gideon, go to October 2008. Everyone sit down and prepare to depart." The last sentence was for the remaining crew members. But when they all sat down like elementary school students and waited for 5 minutes, nothing happened. They all looked at Rip in confusion, meaning, "What's wrong with your ship again?" As the ship's repairman, the black man was already preparing to repair it. "Captains." Before the blue electronic voice could finish, it was interrupted by a clear voice. It's me, sorry to disturb. The only one who didn't treat herself as an outsider was young Mistress Thea. Thea separated from them, but after running for a short distance, she remembered that she had damaged the skateboard for no reason. No matter what, she had to ask them for compensation. There were so many pieces of futuristic technology on the ship, she couldn't just let it go, so she circled around and came back. Her hinting was ineffective against hostile targets, but fortunately, apart from Captain Frigid and Heatwave, everyone else on the ship was on the side of justice, so they didn't have any ill intentions towards her. Plus, with her professional stealth skills, she constantly used the shadows to hide from the two hostile eyes. Thea also followed them onto the ship. Just as she was wondering how she should start, she didn't expect these people to be so impatient, wanting to take off without saying anything. The young mistress was naturally discovered by the omnipresent AI, so to avoid awkwardness, she had no choice but to stand up. Why is it you again? Heatwave, who thought with his fists more than his brain, was furious just looking at her. He'd worn that fireproof suit for so many years that he'd grown attached to it, and it was all because of this person that he burned it in anger, so she had to pay for it. He wanted to rush up and fight, but the gloomy Captain Frigid held him back, coldly watching the situation unfold. Miss Quinn, what business do you have here? As the captain, Rip was the first to ask. If not, I wouldn't have come. Thea crossed her arms. That woman in black was here to cause trouble, wasn't she? There was nothing that couldn't be said, it was the truth. Rip nodded. You're talking about the Time Wanderer, right? That's right. Thea raised her skateboard and pointed at the large hole in it. She destroyed my equipment. Without it, I can't leave the island. My mother is home alone. If I can't go back, it'll be so pitiful. You'll have to fix it, right? Actually, she could have flown the helicopter back, but Rip and the others didn't know, so Thea described her situation as terrible.